Hey YouTube, it's Chic from Chic Speaks. Welcome. Come on in here. Come on in here. Child, come on in here. We have some things to get into, but I need y'all to come on in here. Okay, hold on. We got an echo. Let me turn this down. All right, there we go. Okay, so welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in. Come on in. I had my other screen up because I have a poll going on. So come on in here. Come on in here. Please complete the poll if you have not done so already. I just wanted to just run an idea by you all about future content. So definitely complete the poll so I can gauge what type of content you would like to see over here. Yeah, if you have suggestions, welcome, welcome, welcome. Please come on here and like the video. We're on subscribe mode tonight, y'all. I get crazy in these comments, and I really would like for my subscribers to be able to have their comments shown as far as a priority over those who are just visiting or doing whatever it is that they do. So we have subscriber mode only tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please like, share, and subscribe. In here, drop a comment if you do have any ideas as far as type of content you would like to see me cover on this channel. Let me know. Tamar and Tony are back. Their show, the Braxtons are back. Came out. I saw it in my YouTube recommendations this morning. So I checked it out, checked out episode 1. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to lie. When they first was out and about, I didn't really watch them. I was familiar with the show, but I didn't follow it during that time in my life. I had a lot going on. Super young, a lot younger than what I am, raising kids. They were like really young and going to college, married, like child. I had a lot going on. I couldn't play with them Braxtons, but I got time today. So I wanted to see if you all were interested in me reviewing their show, because I remember they were super popular when they were out. And y'all know Tamar be doing the absolute most. Tamar does the absolute most. So it's always something going on with the baby sister, Tamar Braxton. So thank you for those of you who have completed the poll. Please complete the poll and let me know, would you like for me to review that show? I have already gotten into episode 1. And yeah, it's quite interesting. And I don't know. I just want to see if you all would be here for me kind of going into it and, giving my little opinion about what I'm seeing play out with the family. Because anybody know, especially if you got sisters or all sisters, and y'all know when it comes with that woman like that woman energy, that's a lot. And that's just, it's just a bunch of girls moods, everybody PMS and child. You got mama, and then she still probably pissed off at daddy for him doing her dirty. The Braxtons are still the Braxtons. So yeah, but first episode was pretty good. I found it pretty interesting. So I'm like, okay, I can get into this. So otherwise, if you guys want to get into it too, I can come out here and talk about it. So let's talk about it. Let me know. Y'all just gotta let me know, complete the poll and make any recommendations if you have any other ideas. Yes, today Janarda is talking. She's talking. She found someone to just spill all the tea to. And we're here for it. I came across it a few days ago, and I said, you know what? This is going to be our Sunday evening conversation. The interview is maybe, it's a little more than an hour. It's shorter than Natasha K and Rose Miller interview. I will say that we did that one over the course of 2 days. I'm hoping today we can just get through the Janarda's interview in one take. I feel confident that we can, which is why too, I have our comment, our comments limited to our subscribers only. Child, we don't want no distractions. We're trying to get into this interview. So I want to just let a few more people come on in. And yeah, we're going to get into the interview because it started out, giving. And listen, y'all need to, I haven't watched the interview through when I first saw it out there. I clicked on it just to see, child, what's she talking about? What Rose mama talking about? And just out the gate, listen, she's like, child, listen, she get it from her mama. She get it from her mama. So I'm like, bet title, Rose mama Janarda said she get it from her mama, period. Period. So I hear that. I'm not mad at you. She's like, listen, she get more than her good genetics, her genes, her genes, her beauty from her mama. There's a lot that comes from her mama, and we put some respect on my name. we're going to put some respect on my name. So Janarda's talking. So listen, I think we're about to get into it. Please come on in, like, share, and subscribe as we get into this interview with none other Janarda Makeupson is her last name. So y'all, let's get into this interview. So this interview was done by a content creator, Benji AdSense. So we want to show him some love. Benji AdSense secured this interview. It's titled Rose Miller's Mother Shares Her Cycles of Abuse. So let's get into it. Fair use.
Do you like Brent? It's either yes or no. No, girl. Besides having just anxiety, does Rose have a mental disorder? Are you jealous of Rose's success?
No. What? For what? I'm a real estate broker now. I live in an amazing community. I'm just trying to show you. I have a Mercedes truck. Do you see? Jealous of what? I'm successful too. That's where she got it from. Listen, sweetheart. Listen. Let me fix this. Not only do not look good.
That's gonna make them hate you right there.
Well, not only do I, and they're gonna talk about me touching my hair.
Is it all natural? Is it all natural?
All natural.
Oh,
no.
Listen, Mama said, don't do that. Don't try me. This is all natural. She gets it from her mama. Now, Rose ain't got no hair no more. She had some hair. Y'all know that Rose had some hair. Rose had a lot of hair. Rose started going through it. She said she didn't know if her man was coming back to her from Arizona after he left, and he's supposed to go pack down the house, close down that job that he say he got, that they say he got. But y'all, we're going to get into that later. But she just shaved it off. She said, child, I was going through it. Y'all know I just had a baby. It could have been postpartum hell. I don't know what it was, but child, I was going through it. My man. I was going through it. So Rose ain't got no hair, but these days she wearing somebody's hair. She got a wig on. She got a wig on. So listen, she said I think she tired of folks calling her Little Bill. So I think we gonna continue to see the wig on her head until she get, something long enough to, catch with some braids or whatever. So let's get back into this interview. But listen, Mama says, listen, she gets it from her mama, period.
Not no surgery.
You know anything about these people saying that Brent has went along with her, or knowing about her being with other men with money and stuff like that?
Oh, I heard about that.
Janarda, I would love for Rose to come and just give her side of the story of how she feels too. Like, Janarda, what do you hope people gain from reading your book?
Hi.
Hey, pretty lady.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I know that you're a very busy businesswoman. You're a realtor with your own business. So I truly appreciate you taking the time out to speak with me this evening.
Yes, of course. A couple conversations, and it seems like you are, on the up and up. And as long as you're not too dramified, I don't like all of that.
When I talk to you, I can tell that you're a little bit apprehensive, but all is well. All's going to go well. So last night, after I got off the phone with you, I purchased the Kindle version of your book, which was titled Breaking Cycles. It was a quick read, so I was able to finish it within a couple of hours. I would say between, I started reading it before I went to sleep last night, and then by lunchtime today, I was done with it. And all I can say is, wow. It was an emotional roller coaster. I was intrigued. I wanted to know more because I felt like you, for whatever reason, omitted a lot out of the book. And maybe that was to protect people, to not disrespect anyone. But I felt like, and I'm pretty sure anyone who reads this book, and I suggest that you all go out, purchase the book, especially the Kindle version. It's only $3.99. What I'm going to actually do is I'm going to pin a comment to this video so that people can go and actually purchase the book. Yeah. And it really will give everyone an insight as to, let me just start here. Before we get into the story, let's address
a lot. I know.
Let's address the big elephant in the room. You are the mother of Rose, and she is a very popular YouTuber here on YouTube with over 1 million subscribers.
Yes.
And for one reason or another, people love to tune into Rose to see what she's going to do next.
Yeah. And Rose was actually included in the book. Rose was included in the book, believe it or not, more than the other kids.
And I know that you don't want to bash.
Interesting. Have any of you purchased the book? Second question, do any of you intend on purchasing the book? I remember when Rose and her mother were doing the live, and when Janarda quickly kind of plugged her book, she was like, Rose, you're in the book. You know, she excitedly said, Rose, you're in the book. And Rose was like, oh God, let me end this live now. She was like, no, it's nothing bad. It's nothing bad. So it made me wonder, like, what context is Rose in the book? Because she said Rose is in the book more so than the other children. So yeah, let me know your thoughts on that. Welcome, Yvonne McGowan. Welcome. Hello, everyone. Please get the likes up. Thank you. Welcome. Yvonne, if you haven't noticed, I have a subscriber only mode on for now for comments, because I know it can get crazy with the comments, and I wanted to just prioritize the comments for the subscribers. We may change it, but for now it's subscriber mode only. So please subscribe, like, share, and subscribe, like, share, subscribe. Listen, we're growing over here. So right tonight, we're getting into this interview with Rose Miller's mom, Janarda Jacobson. And right now she's talking about her book that she currently has available for purchase. So let's get back into the video.
Anyone or anything, but a large portion of your story has to do with abuse that was caused by the hands of your ex-husband, who just so happens to be Rose's father. Although I know that the abuse did not start, the cycle did not start with him. That was just a large portion of.
You're right. Like, that's why it's called Breaking Cycles. A story of breaking cycles of abuse is because abuse comes in cycles. So it started a little bit before that, and then that type of person preys on vulnerable. I feel like that, and statistics show that that type of person, abusive person, preys on people that are vulnerable.
Now, I wanted to read excerpts from the book, but some of the abuse was so bad that I think I'm not about to get demonetized by reading that. So I'm going to read it.
I'm so sorry, and it's heartbreaking, because I can smile and I can be okay now, because I am a survivor now. I'm no longer a victim. So once you come out of being a victim and you become a survivor, you can smile. I'm not laughing at the situation. I'm able to smile, and I'm able to not cry when I actually talk about it. When I first wrote the book, I actually cried every time I even would write the book and talk about it. But that was back in 2021. So like I said, Rose hadn't even became a YouTube celebrity. She was on Instagram back then, and it wasn't quite as bad as it is now.
So as Janarda is telling her story, and she talks about just the emotion with just writing the book. So as we talk about trauma, when trauma a lot of times isn't even dealt with, a lot of times people are still building families, getting married, building relationships with other people. So when that trauma isn't dealt with, guess who's absorbing the effects of that trauma? Those closest to you. So Rose talks about having her issues with her mama, and her mom talks about how just her writing a book, thinking about her story, had her in tears. So imagine what it was like with her being a mother raising 6 children, and the impact that they may have had as a result of their mama enduring trauma, some of which they may have witnessed. We don't know. Some of which they may have witnessed. So is it even possible for those babies to not have felt an impact to the trauma that Mama Janarda endured. So we got to kind of keep that in mind. And even as we just give some type of grace to her just as a mother, as she's raising children, I'm sure the best that she could. She was a broken woman, and she has her book to talk about, you know, what broke her, you know, that the cycle. Because when she says it's a cycle, that means like it was just different in different situations. So many people may be able to actually relate to that, but just want to put that out there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please like, share, and subscribe. Let me know if you have any comments pertaining to what we're watching. Yeah, and we'll definitely, you know, read them and put them on the screen. Let's get back into the interview.
Being a little bit more famous, I think it's going to her head a little bit. And so she starts to treat other people a little bit more disrespectful, and she thinks that's so okay. But moving past that is, my point is, a lot of people thought that, oh, she just wrote her book, that's why she's trying to come on, you know, on Rose's page and everything. But I actually wrote my book in 2021, and I wrote it it was very passionate, and it was a lot.
And as I read it, I felt like this is very short. It's only like 87 pages. It's a quick read, but I felt like so much was missing that I wanted to talk to you about. This could have easily been a 250-page manuscript. Easily. Sure. Prior to you even meeting her father, there was a part where you talking about running away and stuff. I feel like you just completely glossed over that part, and that is where the abuse started. And I'm like, what? I wanted to know what made you run away and all that. We're going to get into that. So first of all, Janarda, how many children do you actually have that you gave birth to?
4 girls and 2 boys.
4 girls and 2 boys. And how old were you when you had your first child?
I got pregnant at 16.
At 16, okay. So it wasn't too bad, because I was thinking, when I was like, she looks so young. I was like, when did she have her first kid? At 14 or something like that? So you were 16 when you had your first child. Yeah. Okay. Could you tell me a little about your childhood, where you were born, and that sort of thing? That could you start there? Well,
I was born in Ohio, but I moved to California when I was 2 years old. I was raised in California, in Los Angeles, in the music industry, actually. My mom worked for Motown Records. My stepdad was in a really major band back in the 80s and 70s, well, late 70s and 80s. It was, and even, I think it touched a portion of the quick 90s. But anyway, the group is called Switch, and you guys probably heard of the DeBarges. Well, those are the original DeBarges, which is Switch. And so my 2 little brothers is from that marriage my mom had with my stepdad. So I grew up in LA, Hollywood. My mom worked at Motown and the Glens and the, you know, but I was still sheltered a lot in the beginning. At, you know, my earlier years, my mom always made sure to shelter us. We didn't really see a lot. We only saw the good side of everything. So I was kind of like a happy-go-lucky kid.
You were born in Ohio.
Yeah.
How was your relationship with your mother and father? How did you come in California? Tell me about them, you and how you ended up in California.
Okay, so just to touch on that a little bit. The reason that the story is called a breaking cycles of abuse, because it all started with my parents. My mother and my father had my sister was before me. So my mother had my sister at a really young age. She was only 16 years old. Then my mother had me when she was 19. So by the time my mother was 19 years old.
So speaking of cycles, Janarda became a mom at 16. What she said, her mother had her at 16. That's something that's common. Let me see. Hey, Rena, welcome. You said there's an echo. Okay, let me see if I can adjust that. Thank you all for letting me know. So we're going to try something different. You guys let me know if that's fixed it when I hit play the video. But again, cycles, we see a cycle. Rose's mom became a mom at a young age. Her mother had her at a young age. Rose talks about having her first son. She got pregnant at 19 and had him at 20. Rose was out of school and a young woman, but fairly young age. Rose also became a mom. So, that's something that she does have in common with the preceding 2 generations, just kind of early, becoming a mom versus later in life. So let's get back to the interview.
He had 2 kids. So, and that pattern, I actually had my kids the same. My first one is
at the same intervals.
Yeah, 16, and then my next one is 17, 18. So it's like really, it's a cycle for sure. And then my grandmother, she had her first kid. I think she was 14. So
Wow.
just having kids young, falling in love. I guess, that was just the cycle. That's the first part of it. So my mother had me young. Her and my father, it was during the time where my father went to the Army. And so him and my mom, they kind of started using, getting high, partying and all that type of stuff. It was at that time where I don't think they really knew the consequences of it. You know how right now everyone's like smoking weed, right? So what if 15 years from now, everybody that just smoked weed casually ended up being like addicted to weed, on drugs, but it was really just started off as a party drug, or, just a kicking it, type of situation. Well, that's what happened.
You don't mind sharing what type of drugs were your parents participating in?
I can't really talk about all of that because I feel like that's too private. But I feel like, during that time, the 70s, the 80s, the 60s, well, actually the 60s and the 70s, because by the time my mom had me, I don't think she was doing all of that. But before that, they were just partying and kicking it. But then my mom, when she got pregnant, she said her whole life changed because she was like, I have a child in me. So now it's time for me to get serious about life. And so she ended up leaving my father and moving us to California because she just felt like she wanted a new life for her kids. And if you know anything about Ohio, and especially Cleveland, it's not that much to offer there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and I still have, some of my kids are still in Ohio, but Cleveland, it's only but so much. And my mom had big dreams and she had big aspirations. And, so she left my father and she moved me and my sister to California.
So your mom decided to take you and your sister, leave Cleveland, and come to Los Angeles.
And I have to say one thing.
The interesting thing about Rose's mom's story, it lines up a lot to Janarda's own mom's story. So, for example, Rose's mom, ended up leaving, her father, whatever. I think the dad stayed in Ohio. The mom was in California. Rose's mom, Janarda, just talked about how her mother left her father, left him in Ohio, came to California. So far, we're seeing just a common themes of how just the home was just broken, and how these, in 3 generations, they became moms at an early age, and they were, making moves based off of just the betterment of the lives of like their children. So there are quite a bit of commonalities that I do see between, like, say, with Rose, her mother, and then the mom's mom. Like, I'm still seeing a lot of things that are in common. And there's a lot of things that are in common. And then also another point I wanted to make, I think I left it. So Salam, you said there's still an echo. I need to try to work on, I'm not sure why it's picking up in echo, but I'm going to still play around with that. So I'm going to get back to the interview and I'm going to watch the comments just to see how the sound is.
Rose said on the, I just want to touch on this because I have to make sure I clarify this. Rose told everybody, oh, your mom used drugs. I mean, your mom sold drugs and this and that. I never saw my mom sold drugs. I don't even know where Rose got that from. Now, did my mom dip and dab and party, pretty? She was very beautiful, pretty. She hung around the stars. She hung around her and my dad, they always hustled. And so, yeah, she kind of grew up fast, but never have I ever saw my mom selling drugs. So I don't know where Rose even got that from. I don't even know where that came from.
So how old were you when your mom took you and your sister from Cleveland to Los Angeles?
I was 2. I moved to LA when I was 2 years old. So I'm basically from California.
Right.
Cali.
So as I read your book, no worries. I'm a Cali boy too, so I definitely understand. I've lived in several states, but I was born in California. I'm a Cali boy. I've been all over the.
Fun fact about myself, just in case you don't know, you're new here. I'm also from California as well. I'm from California as well. And the irony behind as we're covering this, and welcome, hey, blessed Texas, she says, hey, guy, is that I'm from born in California, raised, left as a teenager. My husband actually was born in Ohio. They wanted to pick up, and she talked about, it's like with Ohio, if anybody's from there, I guess during a certain time, maybe in the 70s, probably, people just weren't a lot of people probably didn't want to stay there and they wanted more. So they found their way to California, because that's actually my husband's story. He was born in Akron, Ohio, which is where LeBron James is from. His family there knows LeBron and his family, and his nephew grew up, went to lived in the same neighborhood. So, but his family moved him to California because, again, opportunities, it was just better. And I think he was maybe like 2, just like Janarda, when, his family, so he considered himself, I'm from California, but I be telling him, nah, player, like, I'm from California. But yeah, he was secondly born in Ohio. So it seemed like that was a thing that people were leaving during that time, Ohio, and making their way to California for opportunities. I come from Northern California, the Bay Area. She talked about her family made their way to Los Angeles. That would be like Southern California. So just to give you all that background for, how California is made up, because it's a huge state. So you got your Southern and you got your Northern. It's like 2 states in one. It's huge. So if you haven't checked out California and visited, I definitely urge you to do so. So let's get back to the interview.
World, and Cali is my home.
Yes.
That's where I'm at right now. As I was reading your book, it seemed like you had an idyllic childhood. Like you talked about your mother meeting these 4 women, and they were like her best friends, and they like spoiled you and your sister.
Yes.
And you had this really good idyllic childhood growing up in Hollywood and stuff. But there was a point of the book, and this is where the abuse started, and you completely glossed over it. But I got the feeling that something happened in your home when you were like a preteen or a teen that caused you to start running away. I want you to tell me what your life was like at that moment, because this is when the cycle of abuse began.
Right. Yeah. So once my mom moved me and my sister to California, she was really an amazing mom. Like I can say, like, as far as like showing us love, like she held us, she kissed us, like affection and love. Like she was a very, very loving mom. And I guess that the love that she showed made me like a happy, smiley, I always had, everyone always said, oh my gosh, she has such a big smile. Like I always was a bubbly type of kid, and so, my mom, she worked, she was a single mom. She wasn't doing nothing. She was walking the straight and narrow, just trying to raise her kids and make her money and do the right thing, And I got to give it to her. She tried and we had a good life, but then she met, her husband. She ended up marrying one of the guys from the group, from the band and everything. And I remember running home, like going to school in limousines and the kids running over to the limo, like, oh my God.
Are you referring to Jody?
Yeah. I'm really, I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm a really private person.
Yeah.
But I felt like I needed to write this book. It was God. It was literally God. I felt like this was my purpose to write the book. I didn't go through all that I went through in my younger years to not do nothing that made sense and can help others, so that's why I wrote the book. But getting back to the story, so yeah, we grew up and my mom worked, like I said, for Motown Records. I was able to meet Stevie Wonder, the Barges, the Jacksons, everybody basically. But she still sheltered us. It was just like everyone saw us was like, oh my God, Tiki Nada, because me and my sister, they said our names together, Tiki Nada, and they pinched our cheeks. So we was like,
Speaking of names, I do want to point out that you already know what I'm probably going to say. In the book, you changed the names. So in the book, you call yourself Kim, But as I told you last night on the phone, the cat is out the bag. Everybody knows these characters and who you're talking about.
Yeah, that's true.
But I just wanted to clarify that for people who are reading the book and they're like, who is Kim? So you portray yourself in the book as Kim, but the mom is married to Jody from Switch. And during this time of the book, that's when things
I'll add, keep in mind that she's talking about her mom. She said her mom had her when she was about 16. She moved to California when she about 2. So her mom at this point is about 18, between 18 now and 20, when she's now hooked up with this man was a part of the group Switch at the time. So I just want to kind of, so you all kind of have a, some idea in your mind as far as whatever she's about to continue to go through when she talks about the first cycle of abuse, how old her mother was at this time, because Janarda moved to California at 2. So now Janarda's speaking on times where she talked about, coming home from school, limo being in the, in front of the house. So she's now above 2. If she's school age and all that's happening, we're talking about maybe 6 years old now that she is at this point. So, mom is maybe about 20, early 20s at the time where this man is now kind of have come to be a part of her and her sister's lives, their lives. Okay, so let's get back to the interview.
Like you just kind of glossed over things. I'm like, wait a minute, something is wrong. Like she just went from this happy life and now all of a sudden she's a preteen and she's running away. Tell me what happened.
Well, my mom and my now stepdad, they got married, and they had my 2 little brothers. It was wonderful at first, and then they ended up getting a divorce. Who would have ever thought that? But they had my 2 little brothers. They were together for many years, and then they got divorced when I was about 14. So once they got divorced, they were going through problems probably from since I was 12 to 14. But make a long story short, they were divorced, and I was living with my mom, and it was really hurtful for me because when they got divorced, it was like my stepdad was gone, and that was really the only dad I knew, because my real dad was in Ohio, and I hadn't seen him since I was 2 years old. And come to find out, I have a great relationship with my real dad now, but my mom kind of kept me from my real dad, and he was looking for me. It's a long story. That's another book. But anyway, so and he's actually off of drugs, amazing, counseling people that are on drugs.
Point out another thing that's common between Rose and her mom. She said that, Janarda said that she ended up learning that her dad at some point was looking for her because her mother had uprooted her and her sister from Ohio to California when she was 2. So she grew up not having a relationship with her father. So now if we think about Rose's life, Rose have 2 boys from her by her ex-husband, and there's stories out there on the internet, whether they're true or not, where he's saying that he's being kept away from his children, which is why he does not have a relationship with his children to date. Again, we talk about patterns, similarities, traumas, things like that, how it can kind of seep over into, the next generation when things really aren't dealt with. So Rose and her mom's stories are so much alike. So this is so far turned into a really good interview because I'm just seeing a lot of parallels, a lot of things that these 2 ladies have in common. So thank you for joining. Please like, share, and subscribe. I have removed the subscriber only mode comment on. Comments have been pretty chill, so that's good. So if anyone that's not a subscriber want to comment, please do so. I do strongly urge you and ask for you to like, share, and subscribe. We are growing this channel. So thank you and welcome, 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 welcome. Let's get back to the interview with Janarda, Rose from Queen of Kings. This is her mother, Janarda Jacobson.
And I'm so proud of him, and I love him.
What happened that made you start running away?
What happened was So my mom started dating someone else, and he attempted to rape. So it was really touching for me when that happened. Actually, I'm uncomfortable even talking about it.
I can tell.
But it's okay. It's okay.
I don't want to cry.
That's why I started running away.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. So when that happened, I you know, it was devastating for me. I said the guy that she was dating, he just stayed or came over or whatever, and he tried something with me, and it was devastating to my life because I was a good girl. I was a virgin, and
How old were you?
I was 14.
You were 14.
Mm-hmm. So, and so when that happened, then I ended up having to, I ran away because I wasn't really sure how my mom was feeling about that situation with the guy at the time. I mean, I know now that she was not with it at all, but I saw her around him after that. And I think she was just trying to talk to him and see what was really going on. So it hurt me to see that.
Did you tell your mom?
Hmm?
Did you tell her when it happened, or you just ran away?
I told her.
So let's stop there. I've heard that far too many times where someone go through some type of abuse, or someone may attempt to abuse them, and they share it with an adult, the parent, their caretaker, and nothing happens because she says she ran away. And her mama later told her, oh yeah, girl, I was working on that. I was getting rid of that. So, you know, the guy who's interviewed her like, yo, did you tell your mama? Because why would you have to run away? She like, yeah, I told her. Like, unfortunately, that's like a lot of people's story where they tell, but it's not even necessarily it coming down to not being believed. It's that person who they telling not wanting or having the strength to leave that person who's the perpetrator for whatever reason, whether it's for a dime or a dollar or resources, whatever. Or sometimes it's just a matter of, listen, my man come first. Damn them kids. Who knows when it came to the mom, but she said, listen, I told my mama. And she still continued to talk with him. So I had to remove myself from the situation. So she ran away. If any of you familiar or heard Janarda and, you know, speak on Raising Rose, she said Rose used to run away. Now the question is, why was Rose running away? Because they, like I said, they got a lot. These ladies got a lot in common. They have a lot in common, and running away is also one of them. But Janarda said, listen, I told mama, and mama still, you know, stayed. So I had to kind of jump ship. It's very sad. Rena Black says, you can tell what parts of her story is true based on her facial expressions. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that comment. Yvonne McGowan says, this is just too common. It's far too common. It's unfortunate. We have to do so much better in our community, in particular in the Black community. Things like this is a lot of reason why abuse goes undealt with, because it kind of get brushed under the rug. Nobody want to talk about it. And you have these secrets, and then you just carrying them with you. And you're living with them, and you're trying to cope on your own. And guess who's, you know, bringing kids into the world? These same broken people. So my Rose mom, who had all this happen to her, she became a mom herself. This stuff wasn't dealt with. She did the best she could. Now she has, you know, she brought 6 kids into the world following, enduring this type of trauma. So, you know, I like to hear her story. You know, Rose is in her feelings about what her mama could have done better, but everybody has a story. And I think it's important for us to take the time out to listen to someone's story, because it can put some context to a lot of presenting things and help when we try to judge. I think it's natural for us to want to judge, but I think it should become more natural for us to show interest and ask questions to try to understand. So thank you all. Welcome. Let's get back to the interview. Please like the video.
And what was her reaction?
It wasn't really it wasn't as caring as I would have liked it to be.
Okay. That was a big part of the book where I was just so confused. Like I was just like,
yeah. Well, in the original,
what is going on?
So in the original book, I put that in there. Since I wrote it again, I just chose not to, because it was a lot. I didn't want my mom to feel bad about that. You know,
it's not your fault. And it doesn't mean
I really care about people, believe it or not. I'm not like other people. I'm not like some content creators, not you. You know, they don't care. They just care about that dollar. I actually care about people. So when I wrote it the first time, I wrote it out of passion, like I said in one of my videos on my page. But when I wrote it the third time, because I wrote it the third time, I actually was able to logically think it out, and I just didn't want anyone's feelings to be hurt because I got a lot of backlash from my family. When I wrote that book, I got hella backlash from my family.
You revised the book, but I feel like you revised it to a point to where there's like, come on now, like you've taken so much out. Like you've taken so much out, and it's okay to protect people, but
because honestly, to be real with you, I feel when I wrote it the first time, my family, some of the people, the closest people in my family was mad. And what's so crazy is when I wrote it, before I wrote it, this is what's deep. I went and took my family member out to breakfast, and I talked to them, and I said, hey, this is what I'm gonna do. Are you okay with it? They said, yeah, do it, do your thing. Like literally they gave me their blessing. I said, I'm telling you this ahead of time because I want to know, is it okay? Because I said at breakfast, I said, I'm just gonna keep it real. I talked to my mom and I said, if it's not okay, let me know, because if it's not, I'm not gonna do it. Well, when I did it, my mom and even my sister was like, I can't believe you did that. You put all that out there like that. And my sister had a breakdown. I don't know. I think I was getting a lot of attention when I first wrote the book. Like I was on radio stations. It was just blowing up. And I think my sister and she was probably like, I feel like it was a little bit of, I don't want to use her hate, but I feel like.
So you were, out of respect for your mom and your sister, you revised the book.
Yeah, I took it off the shelf because, see, when I wrote the book, I didn't really think about them. I only thought about them when I let my sister read the book before I put it out. I literally sent her the book and she was cool with it. I let my mother, I told my mother about the book, and I told her I'd send her the book, but she was like, oh, I'm cool with it. So her and my sister both were cool with it. And they were the closest people to me at the time. And when I put it out, my mom was actually very supportive of the book at first. Her friends from Motown, a couple of her little girls from Motown, and they was like, do your thing. And they still are supportive to this day. But and all due respect for my mom, because I do honor my mother, I feel like my sister encouraged my mother to not to like. And
that situation happened to you when you were a teenager. Your mother divorces Jody from Switch. She gets with another guy. This guy tries something with you. You tell your mother, and it's not the reaction that you were hoping for. And so then you begin a series of like running.
And then I ran away. So I pulled up. I left the house after that, the attempt to. I left the house with some of my friends, and when I pulled up, I saw her talking to him outside. So I was like, I'm just running away. I can't deal with this. I don't know. I was just too young, and I didn't know what to do. And
you were 14, right?
14 years old. I was just a baby. I feel like that's a baby. Now, as a baby.
To me, I feel like that was an understandable response for her to run away, to remove herself from an environment that she knew was not safe, when she saw her protector, her mother, did not remove the culprit. I can see myself doing the same thing. Like, what is your alternative? To just hope and pray it doesn't happen again, that they don't, because at some point it's a good chance you'll be left alone with this person. So I'm not mad at it. It's unfortunate that that's what she felt she needed to do because of what happened. But the fact that she did that to remove herself from someone that her mother didn't have the strength or the courage to do, to protect her daughter, I think that was probably the best thing that she could have done, was to remove herself from that situation and to go someplace else that she may have deemed to be safer. And hopefully, when that happened, mama woke up and snapped out of whatever the hell she was going through. But like I said, this unfortunately happens far, far too often. Fortunately, wherever she did run off to, she's still with us. She's doing an interview. So she was safe to a point to where, she's still with us, even though she may have endured some other things. But I just felt like, yeah, she definitely needed to get out of that toxic environment. So I'm glad she had the courage, more so than her mom, to remove her own self from that type of toxic environment. Let's get back to the video.
Baby. That's a baby.
Oh, that's
For
a
sure.
baby. That's a baby. Oh, poor little young Janarda.
Yeah.
So no, all jokes aside, I'm the type of person, instead of cry, sometimes I do laugh or make jokes,
Mhm.
you know, and I just make peace with everything. But so yeah, so when I seen that, I told my friend, keep going, keep going, keep going. And I left with no clothes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Benji, you know, I just actually spoke to my oldest son about that a couple days ago. He said, it's pretty interesting how you tell your story and you were the one that was hurt.
Right.
But everybody around you bash and attack you as if you never went through what you went through. It's your story.
Yeah.
Like, even like, not all of my kids, you know, part of the reason I wrote the book was to help women, people like yourself that go through things and abuse, just to know you're not alone. Look at what I went through, and look, you know, look, and I came out of it. I'm a real estate broker. I'm a great friend to people that know me. I've never prostituted. I've never been on drugs. I've never been a stripper. And not to knock those things and those type of people, but I'm saying, like, people that go through what I went through, they be messed up in the head, you know.
How did you end up going back to Ohio? And how did you end up meeting your ex-husband, who is Rose's father?
Yeah. So,
well, first of all, you had some kids in between there. So let's start there. So let's just get that out the way.
Yep, I sure did. So I ran away and I was living from pillar to post. Some of my friends in California, they were letting me like sleep at their house and stuff, and they felt really bad. They knew the situation and everything, and I was just on my own. I mean, I wasn't even really barely going to school. I was kind of going to school, you know, cutting school. I wasn't not an angel because I didn't really know what to do, and I didn't want to go home, and I was really kind of lost for a little while, and so my mother, her play sister from Ohio, she came out here and to get me. I don't know if she just came to visit, but she definitely came to get me. And so she came and knocked on one of my friend's doors, and her mom said, and I love my friend. Her mom was way more lenient than my mom. My mom was actually strict. So in the beginning she was strict, but you know, I don't know how that ended up happening, that she felt comfortable enough to leave me with a stranger guy, I guess.
Really, the guy that tried something with you, did he try something with your sister as well?
No, just me. Yeah.
Okay.
So my sister wasn't there that day. I was there by myself. My sister wasn't even in the house. My mother had sent my sister to Ohio. So first, so everything is in cycles. I'm telling you, that cycle thing is, you gotta break the generational curse.
So you were living in the house with your mother and this new guy by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
my
I got you.
sister wasn't even living there.
So you were running away, and one of your mother's play sisters,
which is like my auntie, she came out there and she knocked on my friend's mom door, and my friend mom came and talked to me. She said, because she knew what was up, she said, listen, I think this is the best thing for you, baby. You know, she hugged me. I cried. She said, I think you should go to Ohio. And Ohio was like, I hadn't been there since I was 2 years old. I didn't know we visited when I was 13. Actually, the year before that, we visited for like a couple of weeks, me, my mom, and my dad, my stepdad at the time, before they got divorced. And then, so I'm like, Ohio, that little country place we went to? No. So, but she said, I think it's better. You're going to be okay. So your dad, you know, she said your dad is coming home because he had been in jail. And she was like, your dad's going to be coming home and he's going to, you know, he wants to see you. So I said, okay. So I packed up and she took me and I went to Ohio when I was 14.
To Ohio, the plan was for you to stay with your dad, but that didn't work out because your father was in a relationship
Yeah.
And the lady was a little bit older than your father.
Yep.
And she had a lot of nice things, and you want to live with her and your father, but the lady wasn't having any parts of it.
No,
So
she straight told me. She said she was an OG. Like she was like one of them OG ladies. Like I'm talking about Gucci scarves, and I mean, like she was like diamonds, and when it came to material things, she was that chick, right? She owned townhome units, and hers was decked out with jacuzzi tubs. Like she was doing her thing. And I came over there like, okay, now this is nice, because my grandmother's house was that my dad's mom's house. It was a little different than that. It was
right.
little more hood,
Yeah.
So and I wasn't really kind of used to the hood as much, So I went over there. I'm like, okay, I think I can live here. And she told me they went shopping one day and they bought a whole bunch of different stuff and clothes and shoes. And I think my dad just bought me one pair of tennis shoes that day. And I love those tennis shoes because my dad bought them. You know what I'm saying? It's
No value. Right.
Their dad, And I was just happy to be with my dad, my real dad. So and that's one of the reasons that I didn't want to take my kids from their father, because I know how important it was. Remember how it felt when I was with my real dad,
Mm-hmm.
So
I think as she talks about, her feelings or how the stepmom, it seems like she's alluding to the stepmom really wasn't receptive to her. And many people can relate to that. Like they say, it's nothing like, your real dad and your real mom. Some people are fortunate enough to have step parents who love on them and probably arguably more than their biological. But in a lot of situations, you feel that difference in energy from that step parent. And with Rose and her boys, over here, we've talked about on multiple occasions, a difference in treatment we see between the two older boys versus her two younger boys. She don't really have them on camera as much. Her energy is kind of different towards the oldest one. Sometimes I've peeped where it seemed like she kind of be like annoyed with the older ones versus the younger ones. Just today, right before we started this live, she had a live going on where they're fishing or something. I don't know, child, but but again, she was gloating over the baby, the younger ones. It's like her energy that she shows to the younger ones, it's not the same energy that she shows to the older ones. As far as Brett being the stepfather to her older boys, I've seen people come over here and in the chat, and they'll type in certain energies that they may have seen Brett have towards the older boys. I haven't taken notice, and I haven't seen a lot of their content like that to take notice of how he is with them. I've seen him play with them. And recently he cut their hairs. Arguably, somebody said he jacked that little boy hair up for the back to school haircut. But y'all, it's the difference when you're dealing with a step parent. And just so you know, just in case you didn't know, chances of abuse are more likely when the child is in a household with a step parent. So whenever there's a step parent in the home, the chances of like abuse, SA, like that increases when there's a step parent in the home. So a lot of times like that abuse it's at the hands of like a step parent. So like with Janarda's situation where her mom's boyfriend tried her. That happens. It's so many reasons why people should prioritize trying to make their situations work with their children's father or mother. And this is what she's just now, we left off with her talking about how this is why it was important with her really wanting to make her relationships work and her marriage work, because she remembered what it was like having a step parent. And it's just not the same. It's not the same. Rena Black says she was just homeless. It happens, a lot of people at some point we're homeless, and you fall down, but what Donnie McKirk said, we get back up. So it happens. Peter Cottontail says she's still homeless. That house is empty and for sale. She's a real estate agent. That's why she walked outside the house. Peter Cottontail also said her dad wasn't shit for allowing the stepmom to react this way to his child. Yes, but this is a common story where the biological parent will let that step parent just treat their child any type of way. Or there's so many stories to where in that type of situation where the biological parent shows up more for the stepchild than their own biological child. Come on, somebody who's heard that story before, where he running around acting like them his kids, but though his biological kids over here, he just, doing very little. It happens. It's just unfortunate. I, from my own personal experience, know the impact of just having a step parent, not having the biological child. It's just nothing that I knew I wanted to experience. As far as when I had children, I wanted to work as hard as I possibly could to just raise my children with, their father, my husband. Like, that was important, because it's nothing like having your own biological mama or daddy in your life, raising you and showing up for you. Not about them just being there, but just really truly being there and showing up for you in the way that they should, and providing unconditional love. Peter Contel said Brett doesn't care for the second son, Raiden. The son's hair was effed up. The same son, Rose, said he dropped baby River to catch. Wow. Listen, I know she said that he's closer to one of the sons. So I think she said he's close to Race. He's close to Race. And I don't know if Race is the oldest one, but she said that he's closer to that son. And the other son don't really, I guess he tolerates Brett, but he not really here for Brett like that. But like, kids can pick up energies. Like, they know when, something just don't feel right or feel genuine. Kids ain't crazy, y'all. That's why we can't dismiss their feelings. Unfortunately, Rose's mom's feelings was dismissed by her mom at the age of 14. It happens. It is never acceptable. When you have a child 18 under, like, listen, you got to take when they're coming to you with something that ain't right. I don't care how much you loving on him or her. This is your child. This is your child. Like, nothing should come before your child when you're dealing with some boyfriend or girlfriend, some step parent. Child, miss me with that. I'm going to always hear what it is that my child has to say first. I always say, if me and my husband weren't together and I was dating and my children were like, no, we don't like him, like, period. That's it. Like, there's no more dating this person if my children have collectively said we don't like him. And even if they said, listen, I don't like him, it's something about him, I can't put my finger on, child, that's gonna be enough for me. I'd be like, yeah, this ain't gonna work. He'll be like, well, why? What? Because the kids don't like you. The kids don't, no. Like, that's enough for me. That's enough for me, because kids pick up things and they have energies. And sometimes they may not be able to put their hand on it. And, and I have a daughter, and there may be something, a feeling like, nah, they don't like you. But I wish you the best of luck. Now, go on now before they get home. We don't need them seeing you here now. But that's just how I be. So listen, I'll just be by my damn self until they're grown and gone. And then when they're gone and I'm not have to factor in their feelings, it can be about solely, okay, how I'm feeling about something. But until then, nah. So I got a lot of reasons, y'all, to make my marriage work, because otherwise mama be by her damn self, because ain't nobody coming before my kids. While I'm married, my husband, he's first before the kids. But in the dating world, I be damn, I don't care how good I don't care if you run around here looking like El DeBarge. Listen, child, ain't nobody coming before my babies. And it's unfortunate that a lot of people don't have that type of energy when it comes to their children. And the children become victims. Peter Cottontail said, meanwhile, Brett is a deadbeat to his firstborn. Yes, child. That's what Rose said. Peter Cottontail said he's close to Race, the older. Race is the golden child. Her first with Brett, with his rude self, sucking his mother's lips. Woo, child. Rena Black says people shouldn't rush to date new people when they have kids. I agree. It's just so many times where it just goes wrong, and mom end up getting lonely, and she lets I I don't know. You just got to be careful, and you need to protect your kids as best as you can and listen to them. If they're coming to you saying something ain't right, something happened, believe them. I would rather take the chance to believe my child and later turn out that they damn lied than to not believe my child. I'm just going to go with my child first. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We just go hope the hell I raised them right to where they ain't running around damn lying, because I'm going with what my child said. That's all I got for you. Yvonne McGowan said it should be that way when they are minors. Exactly. Peter Contel said Rena Black. Exactly. Peter said 100. So thank you all. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Have you liked the video? Please like, share, subscribe. Also, have you completed my poll that I have out? I'm thinking of, other types of content to put out over there. So please participate with the poll. If you do have any ideas or suggestions of anything you'd like to see over here, drop it in the comments. But let's get back to the interview with Rose Miller's mother, Janarda.
Anyway, going back to that. So I walked in the room, they had clothes and everything everywhere for her grandson. And I said, okay. And my dad had another kid that was a baby. And so she had clothes. I guess she liked her because she was a baby. She said, look, honey, I'm going to tell you one thing. She said, my dad, I don't want to say his name.
That's fine.
She said, Bernie, well, I'm Janarda. He's Bernard. Okay. So she said, Bernie, that's my name. And I'm thinking, okay. That's my daddy. She was really weird. She's like, that's my man. She's like, and honey. Like, she was kind of, and honey, I don't play about my man. I'm very jealous of my man. I was like, but I'm just his daughter. She was like, I know, I don't care. I'm just going to keep it real. She was very real. She said, I'm just going to tell you the real. I'm jealous, and I don't like no other female, daughter or not, around my man. And I said, oh, okay. She said, yeah, so you can't stay here. You got to stay with your grandmother, but you could come and visit. I said, wow. So I walked out of that room.
And so you were staying with his mom or your mom's mom? His mom at first.
At that point, I was staying with his mom. And she was beautiful, Indian, pretty long, just amazing, real sweet, real funny. But it was a little different from, like, I wasn't really used to living in the hood that tough, like that. You know what I'm saying? So, but her actual personality and who she was amazing. You know what I'm saying? So
who did you start living with after you started living with her?
After my grandmother on my dad's side?
Yeah.
Then,
right.
So I ran away from there because I wasn't really familiar with, bugs, rats, roaches and stuff. I was.
So your grandmama had bugs and rats and stuff? No.
I wouldn't exactly. Yes. Okay.
You wasn't used to a lot of grimy shit. Put it like that. So that's just, let's keep it real. You wasn't used to a lot of grimy shit. So you start running away. You was like, I can't do this.
To deep in the hood like that,
Right.
So then that's when I just ran away. I was like, I gotta get away from this. This is too much.
How old were you at this point?
Now I was 15 then.
Mm-hmm.
And so
where did you end up?
Yeah, so I ran away and I went to live with my grandmother. Oh Lord, thank you, Jesus.
Your mother's mom.
Yes, that was my speed. My mother's mom, Miss Jazzy. So I was over there with my mom, and she had rules though. You're gonna clean up, you're gonna get up and go to school. But I was okay with that. Rest in peace. She's gone now. That was my girl. She called me girlfriend because, and everybody's like, how do you have this type of relationship with your daughters where you talk to them like friends and everything? I grew up around that, with my grandmother.
A lot of people, when they saw you on Lava Rose, it was like, because it was almost like that was your homegirl.
Yeah, I grew up. So here's the thing. My mom was really, really, really strict. And I couldn't talk to her about boys. I couldn't talk to her about periods. I couldn't talk to her about nothing. Because, like, serious like that, because she was so strict, I was not comfortable to talk to her about that as I got older. My grandmother, on the other hand, she was both of my grandmothers, really. Even the one that was kind of, she was just like, you can tell, my grandmother on my dad's side, so like, you can even cuss in front of me. I never felt comfortable doing that. She was like, I want you to be yourself because I want you to be comfortable to be able to tell me whatever. And my grandmother on my mother's side, she didn't tell me I can cuss in front of her because she didn't even cuss, you know. But she said, talk to me. And she called me girlfriend, and we hung out and we talked about stuff. And she taught me how to be a woman, you know, and how to wash and all the woman things, you know. And
there's a point in the book where you meet a guy.
Yeah.
How'd you meet this guy?
So
and this is not Rose's father. This is before you meet Rose's father.
Yeah, so I had 2 kids before him. They got the same father. And he was older than me. Let me see. Yeah, so he was nine years older than me. I was 16. He was like 24. And
I started trying to do the math in my head. Like, wait a minute, you said 9 years older and she had her first child at 16. That was a grown man that she had her first child with. But how many times we've heard those stories where back in the day during let's just say Rose would have been born in the 90s, because I've got Rose by like 10 plus years. So the 90s, like how many of us know stories or maybe experienced that where we were in high school and dated somebody well into their 20s or maybe even 30, but then today, man, child, you hear about stuff like that today. Everybody ready to pull their phone out simultaneously and start reporting stuff. But it just seemed like there was a time where that just was so normal for things like that to happen within the Black community. It's just crazy. Like, cause she just wrote that off. Oh yeah, he was like 9 years older than me. What? What? 9 years? Child, let me get to these comments before I get back to this video. Peter Cottontail said, crazy self. Peter said, then proceeds to say his name. Peter said, this is the dad she praised, just like Rose. Like it could just be I don't know, the whole Black man worship, y'all. You know, you hear about people talk about that. Like some people accuse, like with Tasha K. You know, I don't know if you all were over here, if everyone was over here when we reviewed the interview with Rose Miller and Tasha K last week. And Tasha was like praising the Black man, and just, you know, Rose was trying to throw out stats or whatever, but Tasha more so had this energy like, whatever, what you not finna do is down the Black man. That's what you not finna do. And you got some people who are just so Black man to where there's no wrong that they could do, or because maybe that they may be partial to who the Black man is. Like, even though they Black father may not be ish, that's still my daddy. So you gonna praise him as though he just everything and he can't do no wrong. So again, Janarda, to her daddy was everything, even though her daddy wouldn't even allow for her to live with him because his woman did not accept her. That's crazy. And then Rose talks about, you know, the issue between, you know, as far as when she was living with her mom and then getting bounced back and forth between her mom and her dad. But let's keep it real. I'm pretty sure that if Rose's daddy like wanted her to be there full time, she probably could have. So it's a chance that he didn't want Rose there full time. Why? Who knows? My mama said she was bad as hell. Who knows? She said Rose was running away. But the same man who you couldn't be with full time like your other siblings, this is the man that you worship. Rose worships the ground her daddy walks on. That's the only Black man you'll hear her speak positive about on. Peter says, well, who else is silly? VP said the book was good. She could have expound more. She seems like she has a personality to be very like accommodating to other people's feelings, and to where it's just like she just want to make sure she's like she want to tell her story, but at the same time it's like she don't want to step on anyone's toes and to make anyone feel uncomfortable, even though it's her story. I feel like when it comes to writing a book, it's either you're going to be like, listen, it's my story, I'm going to sit in. If people get upset, it's just going to have to be what it is. I don't feel like it's really a medium that you can really find when it comes to that type of thing, because you got other people who are part of your life. So some people are going to be mad and in their feelings about it. But at the end of the day, it's your story. So I feel like if you are going to tell your story and put it in a book and do all that, just tell it. If you're like, nah, I'm worried about how people feel, don't tell it. Like, you can't teeter-tot. And as this man said, it was just a lot of like, okay, like more could have been expound on it. It's almost like it kind of leaves you hanging. And to me, that doesn't make for a good read. It doesn't make, and he didn't say that. He didn't say if it was a good read or not. He just said, I just felt like so much was missing. It's almost like an incomplete book, if that makes sense. So I just think we should choose either to write it or not. If you're going to be concerned about people's feelings, don't write it. Don't write it. Just tell your story, maybe verbally if someone talks with you and you just tell it. But otherwise, don't write it. Don't half-ass it, because it sounds like that's what happened. She half-assed it, and not because of her lack of effort. It's just that her trying to protect so many people, and it's impossible to protect everyone when you're telling your story. It is what it is. Bromlena said, hey, Chic, people have found her age. She is actually 46. So did she say she wasn't 40? Did she say she was another age? What age did she say she was? I can't remember. She said she had Rose at 16. That's about right, because Rose about to be 30 this year. So Rose 29, she'll be 30 in December. So yeah, that's about right when I do the calculations on that. But thank you. Brolena said, meaning she was much younger when she had her first child. That's true, because she had Rose at 16. That's right, because so that means, yes, because he asked her earlier, how old were you when you had your first child? And she said 16. That's true. Good catch. Yeah, because she had Rose at 16. And if she already had two prior to that, she got started. But hell, let's think about it. She didn't move to Ohio until she was 14, 15. Let me see, 15. Let me see. She ran away at 14. I think she said she went to Ohio at 15. So she had them first two like back to back. Like, was there some twins in place? Because she ran away at 14. So unless she's not telling the truth about the timeline on when she ran away from her mama house and made her way to Ohio, y'all listen. I mean, do that math, because I think she said she got to Ohio at 15. That's when she was at the daddy's house with his girlfriend. She was 15 then. And when you do the math on Rose is only 30 years old this year. So Rose is 30. So we just know that's on that. Rose is 30. So yeah, if she's 46, which I can believe it, with, how she look. I mean, she looks good for her age. So we can go with 46, but yeah, she definitely got it start. She definitely started having babies earlier than 16. Victoria Hall says she's a people pleaser. Yes, very much so. Very much so. I know, and I can relate to, I mean, I don't feel that I'm a people pleaser today, but I feel like there's been times in my life where I had been that growing up. And sometimes, you have that way about you where you just don't want to just upset anybody for whatever reason. So you just become that yes person and to give in. But baby, I think really where I changed is when I became a mom. Child, I feel like the more kids I started having, the more I was able to tell you, no, I will not do that. No, nah, I don't want to, because I said so. It was just like a different kind of energy. I think, I had my last one at like 30. So probably right around 30. Nah, I was probably really accommodating until about 30. Now, no, I don't want to do it. I told you no. Like I got, I have that straight, I don't give a damn type energy. And y'all, child, when I say it comes with age, it comes with age. Once I hit 40, I don't give a damn. I don't care. So I just say what I feel. I say what's on my heart, what's on my mind. And I feel more free with being that way versus being so accommodating. So hopefully she'll one day get to that place, because she's older than me and I'm already at the I don't give a damn era in my life. And I don't think I'm going back, because I don't want to. I like this place in my life. I like being able to stand up for myself and say how I feel. Like, listen, don't start none, won't be none. Don't try me. I done already told you once, and I'm not telling you again. I love that energy. It's a beautiful thing. You should try it if you ain't got that energy yet. VP says, you can definitely tell Rose's dad was hell. I wouldn't praise him and hate my mom knowing what he did. Wow. Bromlena says she's covering up for the first pregnancy, which was indeed around 14. So she might be trying to protect the first man due to the huge age gap. That makes sense. That makes sense because she just said, yeah, he's like 9 years older than me. That makes sense because we already know for a fact, yeah, she wasn't 16 because Rose is only about to be 30. Wow, y'all, listen, we ahead of the class over here. I appreciate you guys for, helping us, break these things down. VP says you don't have to read the book because Jen is actually telling the whole book. Jen is actually telling the whole book in these interviews. Okay. Victoria Hall said yes. So listen, child, listen, we making some sense of some things over here. So as we keep in mind, as the mama telling her story, she's now entering into motherhood. And this person who's endured all these things as early as potentially 14, now, is raising kids. So no wonder Rose is what she give it. This is who she was raised by, a woman who endured so much. She endured a lot. Nia says, hello, Chic Speaks in chat. Hello, Nia. Welcome. So we're getting back into this interview with Rose mama Janarda. And child, I can't remember who this man is she interviewing with, but he's another content creator. And yeah, he's interviewing her and she's telling him her story, just her life story. So let's get into it. And as you come in, please like, share, and subscribe. Road to 5,000 subscribers. Let's go.
He took me under his wing. You know what I'm saying? He took care of me. But I met him. I met him at he was at a basketball game, a high school basketball game.
You doing looking for the little young girls?
Exactly. So he was at a high school basketball game, and now that I'm an adult, I'm like, oh, no, he didn't have no business at that high school basketball game. But he came in there clean and fresh, smelling good, drip, as they say. But anyway, so I met him and I was like, oh, wow. So he instantly gravitated to me because I was foreign. I had a different look, a different act, and everything. And so he was trying to talk to me. I gave him a little bit of a hard time at first. And then I was like, okay. I told my friend, I guess so. And then he just started taking care of me and he started being my daddy instead of taking care of me, okay. When you're 16 years old.
I thought you said your daddy.
I did.
Oh, okay.
But not like that.
Right.
That was my man. But
I got you.
You know how women say, that's my dad,
I get it.
but that's your man,
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, she looked at him as a father figure. Hell, he was 9 years older than her. Not too much younger than when she started having kids. So, a lot of times women getting with an older man, it takes on this energy of like a father figure, especially when you didn't have one in your life to show up for you in that way. So then the idea of having a protector around for the first time ever, or maybe in a very long time, is refreshing because it's just like, wow, there's this person who says they love me and want to protect me and basically do all these things that normally your father will do. They say a girl's first love is her father, just like a boy's first love is his mother. So when she said he was like my daddy, yes, because you ain't going around using that word like that. Like that's how you looked at him. He showed up for her in a way that her father didn't show up for her. He made her feel like his priority. Remember, daddy didn't. He bought her some shoes and she probably still got them damn shoes. Y'all remember how people would hang them baby shoes up in their mirror in the car? She probably got her damn shit somewhere in the car in that Mercedes. But it's like she held on to every little thing of her father. So this man who's showing up, who's older than her, it's almost like he then came along and he kind of replaced that position as her father, and she went with that. So let's get back to the interview to see what else she had to say about this man who's 9 years older than her, who showed up at one of her high school basketball games.
So then it was like, he was, and then on top of that, he didn't put his hands on me. Sweet, lovable, never called me out of my name. I never called me nothing but my name. very, very respectful to me. And that's what drew me in. I was like, whoa, like he's so sweet, you know, and taking care of me, doing everything. But he was a hoe. He talked to that's the thing, you know, sometimes the good man, what you think is a good man, the ladies' men, the ones that's sweet and everything, but he had other females. We were young. He was still young too. And he had he had money and all of that, you know, back in the, back then.
Right.
So that's just how it was. So
how old?
Yeah, she didn't have a good example in her life to show her what positive masculinity was. She based it just he was really nice and he was sweet. He bought me things. A lot of the things that she was saying was real basic or things that you would get from your father. But she was like, he was a hoe and all this and that. So that's why it's so important for girls to have a positive male representation in their life when they're young. So therefore, when they get older and it's time for them to date, they got something to base it off of as far as okay, well, I remember seeing daddy treat mommy like this and she really liked it and it would make her smile and laugh. So maybe that's the way it's supposed to be when a guy comes along. I'm supposed to smile and laugh and enjoy his presence versus say, oh, I remember when daddy or, my mama's boyfriend, he would smack her and, when she would voice her opinion. So, okay, maybe I'm not supposed to say my opinions to men because they don't want to hear that. So I got to just sit quiet and pretty. You see what I'm saying? The example is coming from what you've seen. And she didn't have a positive male representation in her life to really know what it should be like when a man come into her world, because I assure you, if she did, she wouldn't have hooked up with a man 9 years older than her. Why? Because she already got a daddy. You don't need to hook up with somebody who's like a father figure to you if you got one of those, because when they come into your life, you're going to be like, I got a daddy. What I need you for? Oh man, I got a daddy. Like, that's a real thing. That's a real thing. More often than not, I believe women who do hook up with men who are a lot older than them, they did not have the father figure around. It's a real thing, y'all. It is. It's a real thing. It's so sad and unfortunate, but it is what it is. I'll get through some of these comments before we get through the rest of this interview. I want to try to get through this interview tonight, y'all, because we got through time. Well, hell, I thought it was shorter than the Tasha K and Rose interview, and we broke that into 2 parts. So we might have to do a part 2 on this one, but I'm gonna try to get through as much as we can. But I also want to get through the comments. So welcome, everyone. Welcome. Please like the video. Nia said Rose was not her first child. She has 2 children before Rose by the older guy who was sent to prison. Romlena said Fruitness slipped. She was definitely around 14. Yikes, weird. This man kind of groomed her, unfortunately, right? Because right now, as an older woman, and she's a mom of 6 kids, she's like, wow. And what she said, 4 girls and 2 boys. She's thinking like, ain't no way, she would want somebody 9 years old sniffing around her girls as minors. So like the reality is set in now that she's an older, mature woman. But at the time, she was just, remember, she said that was her daddy, y'all. She said that was her daddy. Victoria Hall says, player, man, yes. Bromlena says, let me see, you read that one. Victoria said, yes, Brom. Nia said, Rose has a sad background and upbringing. Yeah, that's why I like to get into the mom story, because this helps us to better to understand what's presenting when we see certain behaviors from her, because this is the woman who raised her. So when we listen to the mom's story, child, what kind of expectations we running around here really having for Rose? Like, at some point when you get older, you do take responsibility, but we cannot ignore who raised Rose. This is the woman who raised Rose. Victoria Hall says some men be looking for women that had no father figure, easy for them to manipulate, etc. Yep. True, and true. And Victoria Hall said, very sad. Yes. So that's why I don't go in, we give our opinions about Rose, but it's not about a matter of going in just straight eating her up like a lot of people do. It's just like pointing out just the dysfunction and just trying to understand why she acts the way she does, and I think it's always important to understand somebody's story and where they came from, because it helps to give context to, you know, what they're doing. And this is her mama. And I think it's great for us to get to know who her mom is, because it helps us to better understand who Rose is. So let's get back to the interview.
How were you when you first had your first child with him?
I got pregnant at 16. Yeah, I had my baby at the end of 16. I was about to turn 17.
And then how old were you when you had the second child?
9. I got pregnant. It was their back to back. I had him 19.
Okay, so to speed the story along, so what ended up happening was he ended up going to prison. He
Went to the federal penitentiary.
Federal penitentiary, and when he went to the prison, he just basically found out that he was having all types of females coming up and looking at him, seeing him and stuff. I mean, it was just females coming out the woodwork.
So he went to the federal penitentiary because, you know, he was selling drugs. Right. But yeah, so that's what he went for. And you know, so of course, you know, I was living that life, but I ran away. I was just out here, you know.
Because when you got pregnant at 16, your grandmother was like, "You grown, you gotta go."
So my grandmother didn't take no mess, and I honestly, I respect her for that. You know, she said, "If you get pregnant, you just as grown as me. You gotta go." So she did tell me that, but she said it in a loving way. She sat me down, took me out to dinner, the whole 9 yards. And you know what's crazy? She let me come back if I needed to. And she never left me. She wanted to be hard on me because she didn't want me to keep making the same mistakes. She was hard on me because she loved me. So I'm just I'm a different type of person. I don't look at people that are strict on me as they didn't love me, or because my mother or my grandmother couldn't always see me. I lived in different states. Oh, you don't love me. You don't see the kids every other day or every week, or even if it's a year or two. Like, hey, I love you. I'm coming through. We're going to make this happen. I'm very understanding like that. Right. But some people are not understanding like that. So with that being said, you know, my grandmother, she was strict on me on certain situations.
So we noticed she made that point about, you know, recognizing when someone has love for her by just the interest, the support that they show to her, not necessarily about their physical presence, because she didn't drop Rose's name. But many of us have heard Rose say on her channel that her mom don't care, and Rose's example is because of the mom physically not showing up and not in versus talking to her on the phone. Janarda is basically saying, okay, yeah, I may not physically be there for whatever reason, but I am on the phone saying, hey, I love you. I love you. Like, so there's different ways that people can show up for you or let you know that they're there for you. And that's what she's trying to show, that it's not about physically, because sometimes you are in different states with different people, but that doesn't mean that there's any less love. You're just physically apart from one another. So I think that's why she kind of stressed that part right there, for people to know that she never stopped loving Rose or her babies, Rose's children, which would be her grandchildren. It's just that they're miles apart. So the way she chooses, you know, to show up for them at this point in her life during this season is through phone calls, messaging. Hey, how are you all doing? I love you. So that's pretty much what I picked up from that part of the interview. But let's get back to the interview.
Situations, and I respect that. I'm not mad at her.
So after he goes to prison, how is your life with these 2 children? Your first child was a girl, correct?
Yes.
And your second child by him was a boy?
Yes, my baby.
Oh, your baby. Yeah, you always talk about, like you was talking about him last night on the phone with me.
He's such a good kid. I love my son. I love my daughter too. She's such a sweetheart too. We've been through girls and boys are different. Yes, and he's so.
Let's stop there. I heard Rose say before that her mom, when she got with her father, Rose's father, she had 2 children, and they were boys, and they were both light-skinned, and they were close because they shared the same father. I just heard her say, y'all let me know if I'm not hearing right. She said the 2 children she had with this first man was a boy and a girl. So I'm kind of confused on that, right there, because I know Rose, I could have swore she said her mom's first two children were two boys that she had. So I don't know. That's just kind of what my memory is. Y'all can let me know if y'all, picked up something different or heard something different. But I just have to stop there because I always was under the impression that her first two children with another man before Rosa's father were two boys. But let's just get back into this interview.
Respectful, and he know like I was a good man. He know what I've been through. He know I tried. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's perfect, but I definitely tried my hardest to be a good mother to my children. So
take us to the point to where your children's father, your daughter and your son's father are in jail.
Yeah.
In the book, you says that he had put you in like basically an apartment.
Yeah.
And you were like living in this apartment by yourself, but you are still a young girl. So by the time you have your second child, you're like 19 years old. And then you start working all these multiple jobs trying to like make a way for yourself. How did you end up meeting Rose's father? And let's start from there.
Okay. I made it work. I figured it all out. And I had.
You were already in communication with your mom at this time?
Very little.
What was the cause? What was the purpose for that? Was she still with the dude that tried something on you?
No, she just was out doing whatever she was doing at the time. I tried to come back home, but but she always told me no. And so once I had the kids, she was not really around at first. But then after I had my son, so I had my daughter, then I had my son, then I started coming out, and I went to California. My son was a little baby. That was the first time I had been back to California all that time. So I went to California, and no, actually I went to California one time before that. Real quick, when I was dating my kid's father, I was pregnant, and I went out there and I hung out. He paid for me to go. Then I came back to Ohio, and then I had.
One thing I will say about you is you always give it them hustlers, don't you? If you
really gonna have a baby by somebody and struggle and not be able
to this girl know how to pull a hustler. Like when I tell you, I'm like, damn, like she's been doing it her whole life.
Well, I never would want to have a baby by somebody that can't take care of the baby. Right. I mean, that's common sense. Right. But when my kid's father went to jail, to the federal penitentiary, I was doing it on my own.
The way that you met Rose's father is that you're like 19 or so, you got two kids. And
working two jobs.
And you and your cousin, did you go to the grocery store, was it?
Yeah, we went out one night, and then after that we went to the store. Like it was a little like convenience store, like a little side store. And he was in the store, and he was like, what do you want out of the store? And I'm like, the stuff that I got in the line, because we were on the line. He was like, I'll get you whatever you want out of the store. He was like, get whatever you want. And I'm thinking, okay. So my cousin like, girl, we need this. We need that. Right. I'm like, whatever. I'm cool with just this, and I'm good. So he paid for my food or whatever, and then he was like, can I get your number? And I was like, I was like,
You're like 19?
Yeah.
And how old is he?
He's just like 4 years old. He wasn't that much older than me. I think he was like 5 years older than me. So Rose's dad is like 4 or 5 years older than me. So he was like, you want whatever you want out the store, whatever. So I said, yeah, whatever. So I got what I had to get, and then he was like, can I have your number? And I said, no. I said, you can give me your number, because I wasn't even sure if I was going to call him. He wasn't quite my type.
Why you say that?
The guy I was dating, the guy I had the kids with before, he was not, he looked a little different. I don't care.
So your first kid's daddy was a looker, and Rose's daddy, you was just like, whatever, but you got some money, so give me a number.
No.
That's what it was?
No, it was.
I think he called it right, because Rose talks about how her mom would shame her on her looks and features, and, oh, you look like your daddy, you got his nose and things like that. And Rose would talk about how her older siblings or whatever looked a certain way, had the nice hair, they were light skinned. So he was right about that. I'm thinking that the first kid's father was, probably light skin, nice hair, that El DeBarge look, like her grandfather or her mama's first husband, which would have been her stepdad. So I think, she fell in love with the looker, the father of her first two children. And when Rose's dad came along, it was just about, probably somebody who had the money and the resources, because the other kid's father were locked up. So she was like, okay, yeah, I mean, but y'all, sometimes it be like that. You in a season where you not about the looks. It's just like, listen, where looks gonna get me? I need help. And I think that's where she was at, where it's just like, okay, I need help. And at this point, what he looking like, it is what it is. I just need help. I'm a single mom of 2 kids. Much of why I feel like too, Rose kind of made a life with Brett. I feel like she was in that mode of I need help. But that's just my opinion. Let me get through some of the comments before we get back to this video. Victoria said some men be looking for women that had no father. Let me see. Victoria Hall, point out the elephant in the room. Bromlena said, not hating, but she's lying about the age of the pregnancies. I understand she may not want to divulge those details. Listen, that math ain't been mathing over here. And we done pulled out the calculator. We done went back. Listen, we done figured it out. We done broke the code. But child, it is what it is. It's the past. The kids are here. But yeah, she definitely kind of fudged some numbers. Nia said favoritism. Stacy said, yes, child. Yvonne McGowan said, me too. So Stacy says, yes, Rose's dad was a gangster as well. So listen, her mama's like, listen, I got mouths to feed. We got groceries to buy. So, so let's see what she says as to why she gave Rose's father a chance.
This was my people that I was with. She was like, girl, if he gonna buy you anything out of the store,
Right.
you know he gonna take care of your kids. You know he gonna make you okay. You need some help. You working these 2 jobs. You falling asleep coming home from work.
And see, that's the thing. As I read this book, it seemed like the people in Ohio, that's all
that's all they cared about.
Yeah, that's all they cared about.
Mm-hmm.
And you like, I live in California where we see like,
yeah,
this
like
is normal.
all the time. Exactly. And I'm like,
yeah.
So I was hesitant. And she told me, she was like pressing me like, you should call him. Ain't you tired of working these 2 jobs? Ain't you tired? So I said, she was like, he might be nice. Then I was like, he looked kind of rough. He looked, whatever. So I went on and called him. We talked on the phone. And then he, literally we talked for a few days and he was like, I love you. And I was like, that's a red flag. That's a red flag.
Right.
Gentlemen. Okay. You talk on the phone for somebody for a few days and they tell you they love you. There's something wrong. Because I definitely didn't love him. And it wasn't even love at first sight. You know what I'm saying? Because love at first sight, you know how when you just meet somebody like, oh God,
yeah, it's just
that attraction,
butterfly synergy. You got that. Yeah.
The guy that I'm with now, it was like literally when I first saw him, we go way back from 2010, like a long time ago, right? And when I first saw him, I was like,
yeah, I feel you.
But I felt a little bit more connected.
Do you feel like you're just maybe because we're like cancers that you're just romantic?
I bet you that one that she with now don't look like Rose Daddy. I bet you in the looks department and more so lined up with her 2 older kids. Like she fell in love with somebody who she was physically attracted to, not a matter of, okay, he was able to buy her some groceries in the local grocery store to feed her and her kids. So it's just, she settled for Rose's dad because of she needed help. And a lot of times women will find themselves in a situation where they'll do just that. Out of survival, they'll get into this relationship, a lot of times turns toxic, but it was started out with the woman being in distress. And a lot of times men prey on women and they can recognize that. And she's a beautiful woman today. So child, imagine what she was looking like at 19, 20. Rose get it from her mama. She looks just like her. So her mother was a young PYT, pretty young thing. This older man, she said he was maybe only about 5 years older, but from a mental standpoint, that's quite a bit with her, you know, being 19 and being with someone who's 5 years older. He still got some miles, you know, on him above her, to where there can be some control and manipulation. So he knew what he was doing. He's seen some he liked. And a person who ain't a looker, know the hell they ain't a looker. So they're going to lead with their money and resources. It is what it is. Like, so he already knew that's his pickup. I bet you when he approached attractive women, it's about what can I do for you? Because he already know his claim to fame is not his face. It ain't his face. And he know it. And he is okay with that. That's why with a man, their currency is their money, their resources, and a woman currency is her beauty. Rose's mom currency was her beauty at that time. Arguably her currency today still is her beauty. She's a beautiful woman. So women, it's about how we look. In men, it's about like what's in them pockets, So she, you know, that's what it was about then. And that's what it's about today. Ain't nothing changed, but the players, you know, the rules were still the rules, y'all. Let's get back to the video.
Like that, like you believe in like that.
Romantic, though.
Yeah. Okay, me too.
I'm super lovey.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm naturally a lovable type of person, but anyway. So we talked, whatever, and then make a long story short, we end up going out. And when we went out, he came to pick me up. He looked like a different person. He was clean and fresh. He had on his best outfit on. I naturally like nice things without knowing the name brand, a ticket, none of that, right? So I go into the store and it never fails. I'm like, darn, I kind of don't like this about myself. But I'd be like, ugh, I don't like that. And I don't even know the ticket on it, right? The price. And I'd be like, I love this, right?
Yeah, then you pick it up and you're like, yeah.
I'll be like, this is it. And then I put it on everything. It's damn near the most expensive or very hot in the store. And I'd be like, wow, like I can't.
It wasn't about the ticket price or how much it cost. It was just about that's what you were attracted to. Yeah.
And so some people, you know, we're all kings and queens. God didn't really want us to be broke and poor, disgusted, and, you know, and busted. I don't think that was his plan for us. But I do respect the fact that some people are okay and comfortable in certain situations, and I respect them. Me, myself, I never been comfortable like living in the projects. I remember when we was all young and pregnant and young, and one of my friends, more than one of my friends, and she said they were like, girl, they're giving out project vouchers. You can go and stay in the projects and this and that. And they went and they got their vouchers, and I said, I'm not going. I never went to get my voucher because my grandmother always told me that you have to work. You have to pay your way. You have to get out there and make things happen, or you got together and get with somebody and y'all have to, you can't just settle and have babies and get on welfare and be in a project. See, like,
but after you run away and stuff and you get all your kids after Rose's father, you do get on public assistance. But even that is something that you do not want to do, and you use it as a stepping stone.
There we go. Yeah.
But let's get back to Rose's father. So you go on this first date, he's whining you, he's dining you, he looks like a different dude, whatever, he clean. So what's up?
So we went on a date and everything, we hung out, and I was like, oh, okay, this is nice. Like, he took me out to a nice restaurant, we ate crab legs, and
how was he getting money?
Oh, I don't know, he was working.
Oh, okay, because in the book, it seemed like he was doing a lot for a person that was like 24 years old or something.
What she meant? I don't know. He was working. Child, how that? It wasn't legal. She talking about, I don't know. He was working. No, he was doing what could have led him in the feds too, like the first baby daddy. So she just didn't want to drop what he was doing. But when you can't talk about it, then y'all know what that's code for when you can't talk about it. Child.
So I'm like, where's he getting all this money from to do all these things?
Well, his mother and his father had money, like to an extent, you know what I'm saying? His mother owned houses and everything at that time. No, it was nice. We hung out, we went out to eat, everything. And then it's
Translation, Rose Daddy was a D-boy. Let's just call a thing a thing. Somebody, Stacy said, yes, Rose Daddy was a gangster as well. Victoria Hall said, come on, girl. She knew what he was doing. Yes, y'all, we know. He was about that life. He was about that life. And during that time back then, a lot of the young girls did get with dudes that was about that life. It was just like, if that's what it was like, she ain't the first one and she ain't gonna be the last, but that was an era when a lot of women, Victoria said, yep, that was an era where a lot of women, young women, their boyfriends, that's what he did. Now he might have had the little cover-up job, or the girl might have her little job to where she would use, she got the check stubs. If anybody ever want to know how y'all pay for this, but really the money was coming in from that man living that street life. Listen, child, I know. Listen, I'm from California too. Like, I understand what it is. So she's saying some stuff like she can't talk about it, but when you know, you know. When you know, you know. Nia said, Rose said he was one, right? Yeah. And remember, we talked about, Janarda ain't out here trying to air nobody business out, whatever. She trying to tell her story. So, okay, I ain't mad at it, but sis, we know what it is. We know what it is over here. Remember, we the head of the class, Nia Victoria. We the head of the class over here. Ain't nothing slow about us. So y'all, Rose Daddy was that one. He was getting that money. He was a young baller in them streets. And Rose said she ain't never seen her daddy work for not a nan, so nobody. She said that's where she got her entrepreneurial mindset from her father. That came from her dad, she said. So let's get back into that video. Have you liked, share, and subscribe? Please like, share, and subscribe. Let's get back to this interview.
Started being red flags. He was moving real fast. He was like, you could come and live with me. I had my car because I had bought my own car. Like I told you, I was working 2 jobs when my kid's father went to the feds. My other one. Go ahead.
Do you feel like the material stuff got you caught up?
Oh man, if I had it to do over and I had somebody, an adult, and I had some guidance, for sure. My grandmother was doing what she could. She wasn't my mother, but she still was doing what she could.
Hell, if her daddy would have just been around just to allow her to be over there with him, that would have just made the world of a difference, right? She would have had her father there, so she wouldn't have had a need to turn to some other man for a dime or a dollar like she did when she first met the first kid's father, who was 9 years older than her. He was doing ish that her daddy should have been doing for her because she was still a minor when she met that man. She's saying it was about like 16, but listen, we did the math over here and it was definitely at least 14. She was a young tenderoni when all this was popping off. So her daddy should have had her under his care. She should have been over there with her daddy. That's what she should have been. And that, listen, she wouldn't have had them kids at when she had them as young as she did. Them kids would have came later had her daddy showed up into her life in the manner in which he should have. But what they say, you live and you learn. But this is what happens when fathers choose not to show up for their children, and particularly their daughters.
But my grandmother was kind of materialistic too, to an extent. I mean, I'm just being honest. Like, my grandmother, she was, when I say materialistic, I mean like she worked her whole life. She but she worked. She made her money. She bought houses. Every house my grandmother ever lived in, she never rented. She bought them. And whoever she talked to, they needed to have houses and have their stuff together. Like,
as I read your book, the only thing that I kept thinking of this one scene. I know you probably can be like, you crazy. Like, I kept thinking of this one scene from Tina Turner's movie, What's Love Have to Do with It? And the scene that I kept thinking of, and not just about your grandmother, but just about different people in your life, like your family members, was the scene where Tina was running away from Ike, and her mother told Ike where she was because Ike had gave her some money or bought her a house or something.
Yeah,
and as I read your book, I kept thinking of that scene.
Yeah, so it got to the point I didn't care about no money. I didn't care about no house. I didn't care if I had to start over. I just wanted a peaceful life that I knew that I deserved. It got past all of that. It got past, what are the kids gonna do? They're gonna have to struggle. I didn't care about any of that. But I also was not just a materialistic person. I like nice things, but I left all of that to start over.
Janarda, tell me what happened when you met Rose's father when you were 19 years old, when you're on this first date. Tell me what happened and how it all went wrong. Just start from now.
Yeah, so we went on a date. We had a good time. He told me he was going to take me to Las Vegas. I think that was our first date.
So you had it like that. So you met this dude in like the convenience store. You was talking to him on the phone and stuff, and he was like, "Yo, I want to take you to Las Vegas."
Yeah, he wanted to take me out of town, and he was from Ohio, so that was a big deal to take me to Las Vegas. And I'm like, okay, I think I had never even been to Las Vegas before, even though I lived in LA. I was a kid, right? So he was like, I'm gonna take you to Las Vegas and everything. So make a long story short, he didn't come home that night. Well, come back that night to the hotel, and I was like, okay. But
what you mean hotel? Because right now we just talking about he's gonna take you to Las Vegas. Come on, Janarda. What you talking about, girl?
So fast forward, we went out, we kicked it and everything. We went to the hotel. I was like, I'm not gonna do anything with you, but we was at the hotel. He said, okay, well, I'm gonna leave for a little while. I'll be right back. I was like, okay, cool. I said, but if I go to Las Vegas, those strings attached. He's like, no, I just want to take you out. You're beautiful. I want to hang out. I was like, okay, cool. And that's what he did. He didn't try anything or anything. So he left, and then he didn't come back to the next day. I woke up like, wait. So then he came back. I'm like, what's going on? So anyway, he had paid for the daycare and all of that. And we ended up going to Las Vegas, and we had a really good time, actually. And I thought he was like everything. I'm like, okay, this is the guy. Like, he's from yo. You know what I'm saying? And then boom.
How you get past being at a hotel with a man? He be like, all right, I'll be at in a couple of hours. That you turn it to the next day. Like, how we get from there. And this is the type of stuff that happens when you're in a situation, you're down and out, and you just willing to settle. Like, you get excited over the littlest things. Ain't no way it should have even gotten past that when she said she woke up and that man wasn't even there. What? Like the desperate times. And she was just a desperate single mom at 19. Let me see. Bromlena says, sorry, Sheik. I know it sounds obsessed with age, but Rose's dad is currently 55. So he was 9 years older than Janarda when they met. I just pick up on these lies. Listen, that's what we are here for. Like, it's making sense because she's talking about all these things this man had going on. She don't want to say what she's. I don't know what he did for work, for money. He worked, but child, you can't say nothing about you. She ain't even lying saying he was a truck driver. Rose and them got that going on. Like, she couldn't even throw out a title of say how he got his money. Oh, well, his family had money. Girl, stop. Then she talks about, quickly, him wanting to take her out. Somehow they wound up at a hotel. We don't even know how they got to a hotel because this is before they went to Las Vegas. She's saying, she told him, listen, I ain't finna give you none. He's like, okay, bet, I'll be back in a couple hours. I guess he went and got it elsewhere and came back home and got her in time for checkout time at the hotel. So again, when you desperate, this is the type of stuff that you will be vulnerable to and fall for and accept and all of that. But this is what happens when you're desperate. Ladies, just always put your best foot forward. Don't be in a situation where you have to just settle for anything. Just work hard, get it out the mud, get your own. What we're not going to do is just settle for somebody to think they can just do us any kind of way because they got a dime or a dollar. That's no, you can miss me with that. Still have your same level of requirements. If you have your own, you don't have to have a mindset to be dependent on what somebody else got, which means that you're set up to have to deal with whatever it is that they choose to give. And a lot of times it's not going to be positive when they feel like they got you, where it's like, okay, I know you ain't gonna have a place to live. Your kids ain't gonna have a roof over their head or food on the table. You're not gonna have a car. Like, men will straight play in your face when they know that because of them, they have, because of them, you have what you have. Like what Brittany Renner said when she left PJ, that basketball player, like he took the keys. Listen, all she left was literally down there, the clothes on her back, maybe a little duffel bag and her baby. She said he took the keys to the car like she didn't have anything. Y'all remember that video? She was crying and stuff. Like, sis literally left without nothing. But that's what it looks like when you're with someone who literally provides everything for you down to the drawers on your ass. Like, that's what it is. Do not put yourself in a situation like that. Nia says, Sheik, think about reading the book to your audience. Oh, that's a good idea, Nia. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. We might be able to do a read over here. Victoria Hall says she got pulled in. Yes, she got pulled in by the glitz, the glams, the money. And a lot of times that's what happens with the younger girl and that older man. Like, this is a story, like it keeps repeating. Same story, same game, different players. Like, this is what happens. Ladies, take care of yourselves. Let's get back to this interview.
Everything went left. Everything went left.
So,
So,
pretty lady, what's up?
so he started being possessive, over the top.
And this morning when I text you, I had just finished reading the book. The abuse was like on another level. Like, I don't care what nobody says. Like, you can change a little bit, but he's supposed to be a pastor now. Nobody changes that much. People do change, they make improvements, but I've never met nobody that changes, that goes from the person that you described in that book to what people are saying now. And so it's hard for me to understand why Rose doesn't have more of an understanding or compassion and I would invite Rose to come on my channel to express her point of view, and to even in the book, he mollywopped you and stumped you like you was a dude.
Yeah.
That's what I always felt like. How does Rose, just being a mom, being a wife, not have compassion as far as what her mother was going through? Rose was able to see and live some of that. She's familiar with her mom's book. Rose is just so stuck in just what she felt like she was not getting at that time. But damn it, did she have it to give? Did Janarda have it to give? Because it sounds like this lady gave what she had to give. And these men had broken her so much to where she didn't have a lot to give. She didn't. She comes off to me as though she gave what she could. And for Rose, that wasn't good enough. And if that is the case, Rose has to work through that. That is not Janarda's problem. That's going to be Rose's problem. Rose is now an adult. She's somebody's wife. She's somebody's mother. She can no longer live in the past and talk about what the hell her mama did or did not do for her. She can't do that. She has to take responsibility and take the reins over her life and just try to show up in a different way for her children. Learn from it. Say, well, my mama didn't show up for me in this way. I understand she was going through all that. So I'm going to put my best foot forward so I can be a better parent and do things differently. Do things differently. It's not about judging. She did the best she could with what she had. She did the best she could with what she had. And many of us, that's our case. That's our story today. We do the best we can with what we have. And we just hope that people have grace for us. Let me get through some of these comments before I get back to the interview. Bromlena said, yes, the abuse was really dark. I was extremely triggered. Stacy said, well, now you see where Rose gets the line and it changes the story from. She gets it from her mama, like daughter. I told you she get it from her mama. Mama said she get it from her mama. Victoria Hall said, yes, Stacy, apple hasn't fallen far from the tree. Your little friend said, child, like it's a lot. It's a lot. You know, we might listen. Nia said, Sheik, you might need to go and pay that $3.99, whatever, however the hell much it costs to get that book. And we might just have to do a read. Let me know in the comments, you know, if y'all would be here for a read, a live read. Y'all saying, damn, Tamar and Tony, we need that Janarda 84-page book, child. Let me know. Say in the comment, yes for the read. Yes for the read. Type in yes for the read. And yes, I can look into that. But it's a lot. But listen, I'm just happy the mom's opening up because it's a lot. It's layers to it. Your little friend said Rose literally inherited her narcissistic ways. Genetics is something else. Your little friend said yes. So Nia's like, shit, I'm here for it. Nia, it was no idea, Nia. Nia's like, yes. Victoria all said, yes, child, yes. Y'all said, damn, them Braxtons. Lena said, yes, but extreme trigger warnings. Yes. Oh, my God. Let me see. If I'm McGowan, you said, yes, child. Okay, we got to look into some things. But y'all, like, share, and subscribe. We got to circulate this. We want to have as many people as possible over here to hear this read, this literal read, because apparently mama got into some things, but she didn't get deep into some things. But y'all know how we do over here. We start pulling out the calculators. We get to breaking it down, and we're not going to treat that book any different. So let's go ahead. Thank you. Please like, share, and subscribe. We're going to get back into this interview with Janarda Rose Miller from Queen of Kings. This is her mother, and she's doing a tell-all interview.
Yeah, he definitely beat me pretty bad.
One time he stomped you with a steel toe boot. The time when you were in the kitchen with the gravy and all that stuff. I'm even that, like the part, this man slept with your cousins, multiple cousins, friends that you invited from California.
Yeah. So one thing led to another. I started seeing red flags, put it that way. Red flags was, like I said, it was mental, emotional, and physical abuse. I started seeing things like I would ask him about certain situations. We had an encounter, the very first encounter we had, and we were at the hotel because we were waiting to get into our place. We were moving into a place together. He threw some food and stuff like that on me because I asked him a question. And then I kind of was like, oh no, I can't do this. That was a red flag right there. Like you throwing food on me. Like I only been knowing you for a couple months because I'm asking a question. I knew he had some type of temper and he needed help. And I said, why are you acting like this? Oh, it's just because I just don't want you to not trust me. That's how it started. And I was like, and then he wheeled me in. See, he always used to wheel me in by being super nice and sweet after he do something really messed up. You know what I'm saying? So every single time, anything that we ever went through where like I mentioned in the book, how he drowned me in the water, chased me down the street, beat me up and all of that. Like, he would, the next day, he would like, spend all that time with me and try to like show me love.
From what I hear, that's the cycle of abuse. That's the norm of how it works. I fortunately have never experienced anything like that, but I've heard many people's stories about abuse, and it's just like you endured abuse, and then it's like the gift with the love bombing come, the gifts. I'm sorry. Oh, what do you want? You want, new shoes, new cars, new whatever. What do you want? I was just going through something. You know how I get. And then like it's a vicious cycle. And a lot of times that cycle it encompasses like materialistic things, like the gifts, things that a lot of times the women can kind of get for themselves, but it's the gifts and things like that sucks the women back in. It's just unfortunate. Bromlena said Rose unfortunately inherited her dad's violent temper. I think I heard her mother say that. She said Rose is mean like her dad, but they both talked about, how the dad kind of fought her and beat her while she was pregnant with Rose, and Rose acknowledged that. And Rose was like, maybe she deserved it. I heard Rose say that her mama deserved it. Victoria Hall said narcissistic behavior, true. Yvonne McGowan saying, how does Rose put her father on a pedestal as she does? It's the delusion. Victoria Hall said trauma cycle. Bromlena said the father bought her love. Rose ran up a $11,000 bill on her dad's credit card recently. I heard that. I think they were in Las Vegas or something like that. And I heard that she had ran up his bill. But yeah, it's just unfortunate. It's a lot. But let's get back to this interview.
And buy me all kinds of stuff and, take me out to dinner, not just buy me stuff, spend time with me and everything. And in my heart, I used to be like, it never really helped. I really used to be like, I got to get out of this.
It got to a point to where you end up getting pregnant, and your first pregnancy by this guy was with Rose.
Yes.
And during this pregnancy, he was beating you and doing all kinds of stuff. Like it was just off the chain. Like you went to Vegas again, and oh my God, he was bringing girls along on the trips. It was just, it's a lot, y'all. If y'all read this book, this man did the most.
He was very, very, very wild. He was definitely one of the worst dudes I ever met in my life. Period. Was he a provider? Yes. Did he take care of his kids?
Keep in mind, that's the pastor today, y'all. That's the pastor. Rose say he a pastor. He been married for 12 years. She said she loved that man. She loved that woman beater. So Rose can forgive him. It's like Rose can forgive him and understand or whatever he was going through at the time and get past it. But with her mama, the one who she primarily was with, yeah, now she ain't got no grace for her. She don't have that grace for that. And unfortunately, a lot of times moms and daughters just have these just bad relationships. And girls will connect better and be closer to their fathers, even if their father wasn't like the better parent. Like it's just something to that with just moms and their daughters and just the toxic relationships. But Rose has no grace or understanding for her mom as she does for her father, and he was the abuser. It's crazy. But let's get back into this interview.
Kids, yes, but was he crazy? Oh, wow.
So there was a point where you go to this sports event. It was your son, your oldest son. What kind of event was this again?
My son's football game.
Okay, a football game. There's a part in the book where you go to your son's football game and you have like two of your boys, right?
Yeah.
And so where were the other children during that time?
They were at my ex-husband's mom's house.
Mom's house. And so was Rose one of those children that was at the house?
Mm-hmm. They spent the night. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. There's a point that I'm making. So trust me, I get what you're going. So who was at the house? Rose and your oldest daughter?
Rose. Four of my daughters
were at the house.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had your two boys.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when you tried to finally decide to get away from all this extensive abuse, you left him at the gas station.
Yeah.
You left him at the gas station.
I drove off in the car and left him.
Right. You drove off in the car and left him at the gas station. And he called his mother and told his mother, don't bring
the kids downstairs. Don't give them to Janarda. She's on her way. Don't give them to her.
But you told her, well, you have to give me my oldest daughter because my oldest daughter doesn't belong to him.
Exactly.
So you had your two boys and your oldest daughter. Mm-hmm. And eventually your mom, she came through. Came through. She sent you some money and you just got in the car and you drove to California.
I drove all the way from Ohio, 2,000 miles.
You had your two sons and your oldest daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And so you had Rose and another girl still in Ohio, right?
Yeah, but he wouldn't let them come downstairs to get in the car with me because I would make all of them to just go.
Do you feel like Rose is resentful because of that day? Because that day that you had to just try to get away and you got away with the kids that you could get away with. It wasn't like you was trying to leave the kids. It was doing the best that you could. Do you feel like the reason that you and Rose have issues today is because of that day or not? Huh?
I feel like Rose has issues with the whole situation because she thought she was living a happy suburban life with her mother and her father in a huge house with cars and all the suburban kids, and she thought that she never knew what was going on behind closed doors. So when we got divorced, it was extremely devastating to Rose because all she knew was her mother and her father, her kids, gymnastics, and her life. She didn't know none of that. And she was only
How old was Rose at the time?
She was about 8 years old.
She never witnessed any of this abuse?
My oldest daughter knew that it was abuse because she was the oldest and she was very alert and attentive. So when she'd see a cut or a bash or a knot or a black eye, she'd be like, what happened to you? And then I'll be like, oh, I bumped my head on the counter or something like that. And she'll be like, first she would be looking crazy. Then one day she was like, you're not telling me the truth. That's not true. I heard you last night. Like, I always kept my personal life private. I never wanted the world and people, and that worked. That did not work in my favor because when I left, a lot of people, including if my kids could have saw him beating on me, if everybody, I would run in the room real quick and close the door. I didn't want them to hear it. Like, okay, fight me in here, like not in front of the kids because I never saw that as a kid. I never saw fighting.
You tried to protect your kids and you hid so much.
And it did not work in my favor. It worked all the way against me because when I left, everybody was like, why did she leave? So it seemed like nobody understood what was going on.
So what is your relationship like with, you said how many kids do you have?
4 girls and 2 boys, 6.
Four, so you have 6 kids. So what is your relationship like? Is your relationship the same with your other kids as is with Rose? I know your oldest son and you are like thick as thieves, but what about your other children?
Yeah, so we're good. My oldest daughter, we're good. I mean, we have our ups and downs here and there, but we're good. Rose is the next one. You already know what's up with that one. And then so the other 3 younger ones, by him, we have a cool relationship, but the very youngest girl, she also used to come back and forth a lot, and she don't act like Rose at all, but she just I feel like if she would have stayed with me more, she would have a little bit more stability. She just she's still trying to figure it out,
I got you.
but
So I've seen, I don't know if you all have seen Rose's channel. There was a live they had where Rose had I can't remember what her name was, but Rose was pregnant with River, and a younger sister came in town to visit. At the time, I think that sister was maybe like 25. I'm wondering if this is the daughter she's referring to. She looks like Rose. Was maybe around Rose complexion, maybe a little darker, but she was thick. And they referred to her as the ratchet sister, but she was just kind of very worldly. She lives in Las Vegas. So I'm wondering if this is the daughter that she's talking about, if she's the youngest, because Rose didn't say she was the youngest of it. She just like, one of my younger sisters or whatever. But Jerry's sweet, sweet demeanor, because Brett had picked her up from the airport and she came in town because she was going to babysit so Brett can take Rose out on a date or whatever. So like I said, Rose was pregnant. So it's on one of the videos. You might be able to find it. It might be titled like Rose Ratchet sister coming in town or something like that. But I watched that. I don't know if it was long or if I watched it all, but I remember watching clips and I got to kind of see the energy of like a sibling of Rose. And yeah, she was just, she didn't have the energy or anything like that of Rose. Actually, Rose says of the kids, she's the more calm. She's the more, what did Rose say? Rose says that people think that she's over the top, but she said of the siblings, she's actually the more quiet or calmer one. That's what Rose says. So yeah, I don't know. We might together be able to find that video and review it together with the sister. But there is a video out there with this, where we can see Rose's sister. So we might be able to get into that in the coming weeks, so you all can see the sister I'm referring to. Victoria Hall says the psychological damage to her and her kids was very impressionable, and then and now into the adult life. Exactly. This is helping us understand what's playing out on that Queen of Kings channel. Victoria Hall said this deep-rooted mental damage is very real, presenting itself now in their adult life. Yvonne McGowan says, yes, I think it is. Stacy said her young sister kept the babies when Rose was pregnant. Yep. So do you think, it seems like that's who she's referring to? I can't remember her name. I think they just called her the ratchet sister, but she seemed like really sweet and stuff. And I think she was telling a story. I don't know. She had just gotten into it with a boyfriend, but she be fighting and stuff. She rah. But as Rose said, she's more of the calmer one. So based off of the energy of that sister I seen, I can see Rose being more of the calm one. Rose don't come off as she's like a fighter like that. Rose do her shit underhanded. She's not like direct kind of in your face. It's kind of like throw a rock, hide your hand. It's just different with how Rose go about it. Versus like the sister that, I'm speaking on, she was just kind of more of like, hey, it is what it is. I'm me. She didn't really have anything where like she was trying to hide or vacate who she was. She's just who she is. Operating like it's like someone in real life that's not on the internet, just trying to sell people on a personality. Like she's just a regular person. Rose just, I think, does a lot of stuff for like clicks and views. So yeah, so we may be able to kind of find that video and review that video together. But let's get back to the interview. We have about 25 more minutes left, so we're doing pretty good. We should be able to get through this full interview tonight, because I got some other things I want to talk about going into the week. So I definitely want to get through this interview tonight. please like, share, and subscribe. And welcome to those for those of you whose first time joining over here on my channel, Chic Speaks. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
All my other kids besides that youngest daughter, they pretty much figured it out. Even though Rose is all crazy and everything, she does know how to, take care of herself. She's always been able to work, go to school, make money and all that good stuff, buy houses. And all of my kids are like that. So they're very, they know how to grind, make money, be independent for sure. Our relationship is good except with Rose. Me and Rose have the worst relationship. I just talked to my daughter Charm, and I talked to Michelle today. I talked to Mario today. I talked to Maki, not the youngest daughter I was telling you about. I probably talk to her, once a week or something like that.
Maki, when she said the youngest daughter, I think that is the name of the sister who had come in town that I'm referring to. So yeah, we'll try to, I need to make a note to try to find that video with Rose, younger sister. I want to make a note of that so I won't forget. But I think Maki, that was not when she said that, that's the name of that sister. So you all can kind of see what she looks like.
Once every 2 weeks, because she's young. She's the youngest, so she's trying to hang out.
Right.
Yeah. So, but my relationship is fine with everybody but Rose. Like Rose is definitely by far the worst relationship. But Rose also has a bad relationship with everybody else too. Just to say that. Rose is a Sagittarius. She also has a real strong she gets agitated fast. She's totally different from me. She's just like her dad. And she thinks that I don't like her because she's like her dad, but that's not true. I love her. It's just that when she acts like that, it's nobody likes it. None of the kids like it.
Not only does she not get along with you, she does not get along with the rest of the family as well.
Yeah, she has a horrible relationship with my oldest son. She has
Also, let Rose tell it her mom doesn't have a relationship with any of the other kids either. So Rose's version of the story is, Mom, you don't have a relationship with none of us. Mom was like, that's not true, Rose. Speak for our relationship. You and I aren't the best, but I have a relationship with your 5 siblings. So just keep that in mind as the mom's talking about the quality of her relationships between her 6 children.
On not too good relationship with my oldest daughter.
She said that the reason that she doesn't have a good relationship with the other children is because she had to go back and forth from Ohio or something like that.
Yeah, but if that's the case, so the ones that was with me the most was the 3 oldest. Okay. The younger girl that I'm telling you about, she was with me, but my ex-husband used to keep them from me. He even went to jail one time for a whole year and didn't tell me where they were because he knew I'd come and get them. He was very, very manipulative, very evil.
Why did he go to jail? Remember, she didn't speak on what kind of job he went to. Like, so he went to jail for a year. Like, man, what did he go to jail for? What did he go to jail for?
Through after we got divorced. So he intentionally kept the kids from me and and it's funny because the way he did it, it wasn't in plain sight. He did it very strategically, like, oh no, I don't want to talk. I wouldn't talk about your mom. No, but you don't want to go with your mom to California because then you won't be able to go to gymnastics and you won't be able to have all these friends and you won't be able to have this good life.
Oh, if that do not sound like Rose, that's the manipulation. That's how I can hear Rose and how she communicates over there. It's that reverse psychology, the manipulation, that underhand, that, what do you call that? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Doesn't that sounds like Rose with how she just plays with you and plays with your mind? Like, yes, you want to, like, I can just hear her just speaking like that with the 2 oldest sons as she talked to them about why they can't go to their father's side of the family in the summer like they've always done. Like, listen, Rose definitely sounds like she is her father's child.
Your mom's struggling out there.
So why is Rose coming on here saying negative things about the interview?
She tries to make her dad out to be a hero. She tries to make her dad out to be the good guy and me to be the bad person. When when I jumped on that live with her that day, it seemed like everything was going to be okay, even though me and her relationship, it don't really be okay all the time.
Rocky.
But I still defend her. So she was like, oh, she calls me. She said we don't talk. That's not true. She calls me. She used to call me all the time before this big break fallout. And she'll be like, everybody on live is talking mess about me. They think Brett's better than me. They think this, they think that. I created this and woo, woo, woo. I created this whole scenario. And they think, and so I'd be like, you know what, Rose, don't worry about what people say. No matter what we go through, I still answer my phone, tell her encouraging words. When she has her anxiety attacks, I'm right there. Like, don't, it's going to be okay. Well, what should I do, Mom? She calls me all the time. Should I take this medicine? Is it okay to take amoxicillin? Is it okay? Like, she acts like we have 0% relationships, but that's a freaking lie. So all of that's really irritating.
You ever met your grandchildren before?
For sure. A zillion times. I have a zillion pictures. Yeah. The only one I have not met is the newest baby by Brett, because she moved to Arizona and then she moved to Hawaii. But
Rose said, you know what I'm going to say probably already about your husband's son and you. Yeah. But in the book, you said that even your husband's son was trying to be protective of you. Yes. Like your stepson, like he was like, why? I don't like the way that my dad is treating you and this sort of thing. Yeah. And so just to clarify to the viewers who are watching this, you and that boy didn't have any type of inappropriate relationship, correct?
Absolutely not.
So, Janarda, what do you hope people gain from reading your book?
Okay, so that son, is that the one that she said tried to hit on her and therefore he got sent to Las Vegas and he passed away when somebody, I think, tried to rob him or something? Because he didn't clarify, this son. Remember, Rose had put out there on her channel that her mother, she blamed her mom for the death of her brother because she said the mom slept with him, and then when daddy found out, he sent him to Las Vegas, and while he was in Las Vegas, he died. So she blamed her mom because it's just like, if he wouldn't have gotten sent to Las Vegas, that wouldn't have happened. But apparently, I guess Rose's version of the story is mom slept with him, daddy sent him to Las Vegas. I think his mama or something maybe was out there. He was like, yo, Dad, I want to come home. I want to come home. Daddy was like, all right, I'm going to send for you. You can come home. But before he was able to return home, I think like literally maybe like that next day he died. I think she said someone tried to rob him. I don't know, for his bike or something like that. But I don't know. She said he died. Janarda's like, that's a lie. The story is my stepson tried to hit on me. He make a pass at me. I shared it with my husband, which is his father. That was the best way I felt to handle that situation. My husband, which is Rose's father, chose to handle it by sending his son away. I think he was sent away, like I said, to be with his biological mother, but he handled it by sending him away. While he was away, that's when, he passed away. So they have two different versions of what happened to him. So as they're talking about the oldest son, and she's saying, my ex-husband's even son was saying, why does he treat you that way? You don't deserve this. I'm now wondering if this is the same son or was this a different son? Because Rose did say her daddy got 16 kids. So it could very well be another son, but he didn't go into, I don't know if he will, because we still got another about 20 minutes of this interview. He didn't ask her about that, as far as identifying if that's the son that Rose said that she slept with. So we'll see if he kind of goes into that, but just remember, y'all put a pin in that. That's the situation pertaining to one of Rose's brother, what I just said. So let's get back to this interview.
I really wanted to write the book so that my kids can see what was going on. I wanted them to get the story. And one day they might read it when I'm dead and gone. You never know. But I kind of want them to
clearly Rose has already read the book because she has referenced some things that you told in the book.
Oh, she referenced that from my videos on that I posted on at Breaking Cycles of Abuse on YouTube. So that's where she referenced that. But she doesn't. I don't think she even read the book. If she did, I'll be surprised that she read the book. You know. So I wrote the book for people that can relate to my situation.
Rose attention span don't seem long enough to sit and read a book. I'm just saying. I mean, even though it's only 84 pages, that girl don't seem like she can sit down long enough to damn read a book. So I'm gonna go with no, she ain't written a damn book.
Women who's going through that type of thing and they just feel like, man, if I leave, what am I going to be?
She can come over here and review it with us when we get into the book. How about that?
Well, I left and I'm a survivor. I left. I got my real estate broker license. I was a real estate agent. I did mortgage loans. I was a mortgage loan consultant. I've made money. But not only that, I've established good relationships with other people. So at the end of the day, I feel like this book, hopefully somebody can read it, relate to it, and be like, you know what? I can find the strength. And at the end of the book, I go on to tell you different ways. I meditate. I'm a vegan. I work out. I changed my life. And I've been through a lot of ups and downs since I left him. But at the end, it still was worth it. I don't care what I went through. It was worth it compared to being with him and not happy.
No. Janarda, before we end, is there anything that you would like to say to Rose?
Oh, I absolutely love Rose. I love Rose, and I'm very proud of some of the things that Rose has going on. I wish that we can establish a good relationship and she can leave the past behind. Me and my mom didn't have the best relationship throughout our whole life, but the way we hang out, you would never know it, because I can leave all of that behind. We only have one life and it's short. I need my mother. I need my mother's love. And you know, I feel like Rose needs me. Her kids need me. Kids need their mother's love. So all of that crap, you know, you left my dad, but the lies, I'm not okay with. The lies, defamation of character, you know, keep it. If you're gonna tell the story, tell it right. But other than that, I love my daughter, and no matter how evil she is to me and whatever she does to me, I can forgive Rose. And
do you all believe Janarda as she's talking? I believe her. She sounds sincere. I believe that she's ready to move forward. I mean, when we get to a point in our life as we get older, this is a 40-plus-year-old woman. And she's speaking like a 40-plus-year-old woman where she's ready to just grow and move on. We've heard her talk about the traumas, the way that her mama didn't show up for her before she ran away from home. And she says, fast forward to today, like she forgives her mom. She understands that, you know, her mama, maybe made some mistakes along the way, but it's still her mama. And she can relate to just may happen to make decisions as a mama being married. It's like now as she's grown in her life, she got to experience some things that maybe were similar to her mom. And it made her to be able to say, wow, you know, I can relate to some of these challenges that mom dealt with, being a divorcee, having children, trying to date. Like it comes a point to where you can have grace for your parent, because now you're finding yourself in similar situations to where like, oh snap, this is what mama was talking about when she said it's hard to tell raising these kids. And when you're doing it by yourself, like this is growth. So Janarda sounds like, you know, she's gone through growth. Rose talks to me as though she hasn't gone through growth. It's like she's still that child wanting to just have, you know, her mom's arms wrapped around her and be loved, and wanting her mom and daddy to still be back together. Child, Rose said her daddy got a whole new wife that he'd been with for 12 years. Her mama is engaged. Her mama's doing well. Like Rose needs to grow up. I feel like it's time that Rose needs to grow up. And if she needs help doing that, she needs to go seek counseling. She says she go once a week. Brett said that's a whole damn lie, because in the interview, he was like, yeah, we're going to get Rose some counseling. She turned to him and said, no, I already go. I go once a week. He was like, oh, how he don't know she going to counseling? Because she on YouTube on live. So she ain't seeing nobody counselor, but she got a lot of issues going on. And as we listen to the mama's interview, we see why she got a lot of issues. But Rose, it comes a time when you got to take responsibility and go get help for your issues. Let me get through some more of these comments before we get back to the last of this interview, because y'all, we're doing pretty good. We don't have a whole lot left. So let's get into this. Bromlena said, father went to jail for selling drugs. He had his mugshot posted on the church page as part of his salvation story. Child. Yeah, drop the link for the church. If you know that, maybe we can bring that up and just, see what he talking about over there on the church page. But Lord Jesus. Not the mug shot. Lord Jesus. Him and Nelly both running around with the mug shot. Lord Jesus. Nia said, yes, Stacy. Lena said that's the one son who came on to her. That's what I was wondering, but he didn't. I wonder why he didn't, get clarity and get into that part about that. But I don't know. Journey says, yeah, I heard that. Journey says she probably did do something with him. I don't put it past her. Listen, child. Stacy says, yes, that's the son. Stacy said, LOL, Chic. Listen, I'm just, y'all know how I do over here. I just say what come to mind and heart. Stacy, I don't believe Rose would have accused her mother of sleeping with her stepson if she wasn't angry with her. The mama was like, Rose don't know the story of what happened because Rose was only 12 years old when the incident went down. So she was like, y'all can listen to Rose if y'all want to, but Rose lying. She don't know what happened. Sherry says, if she slept with her stepson, why would dad send him away instead of sending her away? Great question. Great question. Jean Major said her decision to stay, moved to Hawaii with no planning she just, they went on vacation and she was like, listen, babe, I don't want to go back. And they never went back. He went back to close out, I guess quit the job or do whatever, put the house on Airbnb, but she never left Hawaii. Stacey says, I said it before when I first heard her story that Rose is just mad. Rose would turn on anybody when she was mad, very vendetta and lies without remorse. I agree. I agree. Your little friend, just listen. It's a lot. I know it's a lot. Let's get back into this interview where we are nearing the end. Please like, share, and subscribe, and welcome to you all.
Move on and have a good relationship with Rose if she'll let me. And I've tried numerous occasions to have a good relationship with her, but.
What is the longest period of time that Rose has actually lived with you?
Oh, shoot. Long time. 9th, 10th, 11th. She was in the 9th. And then a dog for about 10 years.
Yeah. Oh, so she lived with you for like 10 years straight.
Yeah, she lived in after she came to California when she was in high school, the 9th grade, and she stayed. Before that, she lived in California with me for a couple years. Actually, so when I came out here with them, with the 3 kids the 2 boys and my daughter, I ended up taking my younger son back to Ohio with his dad because his dad was threatening to bring me my son because he just wanted to have a hold of some of the kids because he knew that would make me come back around. I'm never going to just desert my kids. So
that's that control mechanism. Doesn't that sound a lot like how Rose is doing with her older sons as far as with holding them over the head of Adonis, the ex-husband? Well, if I can't get you to do what I want, the kids aren't going to go and see the grandparents. Like, it's the control. I'm definitely picking up Rose have a lot of bad characteristics of her father. She seems like she has the hustle mentality of both the mom and the dad. They're definitely true hustlers, but she definitely I feel like she takes on more characteristics of her father than her mother the more I hear the mom talk. The mama got her way about her too, but I'm picking up Rose as more like her father. There's 64 people in here. Welcome to you all. Can you all please hit the like button, get the likes up to the 64 to match? I would greatly appreciate it. But yeah, Rose, she's definitely her daddy's child. And she just, to me, I pick up more energy from him versus her mom. And that's not good because daddy just was a piece of work. Daddy was a piece of work and baby girl's a piece of work too. So it's enough work to go around for everybody I'm seeing with this family. Let's get back into this interview.
He dangled the kids and he kept the kids. He wouldn't let me keep all of them. I said, just let me keep all my kids and give me child support. He didn't want to do that. He said, no, we're going to split them up. So I signed off to do 3 and 3. And so then they would just come back and forth, back and forth.
If Rose continues to tell stories or talk about you, how do you plan to deal with that?
Well, it depends on how severe the lies get, because that lie she told about her stepbrother, nobody in the family, Oh God. So yeah, the lies is bad enough, but when you lying as if I did something so severe as to do something with my stepson, that right there, that can make me go to court, literally. So she got to stop playing with it. She has to stop playing with it, because that right there, I'm trying to be a mother. I'm trying to be cool about it. But when you're lying that to that extent, I can take it a step further, because that's defamation.
Besides having just anxiety, does Rose have a mental disorder?
Rose has anxiety, and Rose, she flips out. She flips out. She can, and that's the thing. She can be real cool one minute, and I love hanging out with Rose sometimes. We'll go and do I don't know why she be lying to y'all. We'll go and do mother-daughter stuff, get our nails and stuff done, have our little mimosas and all of that. And then the next, like, it could be the next hour, Rose will flip out.
Do you like Brent? It's either yes or no. No, girl. No.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. When Rose was about to get married to Brett, she called me and she said, "Mom, I don't know. Should I marry Brett? You know, a lot of people that on the internet and everybody saying, you know, you're supposed to be with a black man, this, that, and the third." And I told her like this. I said, it's not about color. Do you love him? Is he treating you right? That's what it's about. I said, if you love him, and Brett is very patient. That's what I love about Brett. He's patient when it comes to Rose. Nobody can deal with Rose, not even her first husband. I like Brett, but I don't like the way Brett does everything for Rose like a little pep.
We don't like that either. So even mama's like, I don't even like that. And that's my daughter. And he dare cater into my daughter. Like, she understands masculine energy. That's not masculine energy. That's not how you lead a family. She don't even want somebody like that for her daughter. She knows that ain't even the way it's supposed to be. We talk about that all the time. She didn't say nothing bad about Brett. She like, basically, he need to man up. Brett just got Rose just running the show. Brett does come off to be being very patient with Rose. We see that. Like, we don't argue that. Like, that's a fact. We see him show up for Rose. He's very patient with her, mild, meek mannered. He's a Pisces. That's typically the energy of a Pisces. My oldest son is a Pisces. Like, that's just how they are. But there comes a time when it's just like, you got to kind of assert yourself and poke your chest out and just man up. And Brett doesn't show up to the world that way. And he was running around being somebody damn security for years. What he said, he used to do security for like people with money or celebrities or whatever. So can y'all, like, he got I don't know if Brett was just running around just using just his aesthetics of how he looked to scare people away, because we don't even see like that energy coming from him. Mama-in-law was like, she don't even see it. So, but it's just funny how his career in his past life, he said he was a whole like a security guard. So I mean, that's very different. It's quite interesting. But let's get back to the interview.
Puppy nowadays. I don't like the puppy Brett.
Why don't you like that about this man that's like bowing down to your daughter?
No, he can bow down to her, but don't go along with her lies. Like, I think everyone's been telling me that he hasn't been. They were like, she tried to get Brett to tell a lie about you, and Brett was like, he didn't, and that's why she got mad, because she wanted Brett to lie and say all these things about me.
Has Brett cheated on Rose?
I don't know. I'm not in a business like that. I heard some things.
What you hear?
Let me sip my tea.
Do you know anything about these people saying that Brett has went along with her? Or knowing about her being with other men with money and stuff like that?
Oh, I heard about that.
Janarda,
I don't condone it.
Say everything else. You said everything else in this interview. Girl, you might as well come on now.
Let me tell you something, and I got the tea, but no, I have the tea, but I don't want to. I don't want to spill it. So when you have your interview with Rose, if she come for me too hard, then I might have to spill the tea. But I just don't want to spill it. I know.
You already spilled it.
Because no. Let me explain to you why I say that. Rose is lying when she tells you she don't talk to me and all of that. Y'all, everybody knows Rose talks to me. Since this little incident happened, we've been getting.
Do you feel like she's doing it just for the money though? Like to get this money
She's
from my
doing
husband?
too much. She's doing way too much. She letting that money and all that stuff go to her head. And
so basically, you know about Rose going with other men and stuff, rich men and stuff, while she was Brett and Brett went along with it. You know about it.
In the beginning?
I ain't asked you on no beginning to end or nothing. I'm asking you, do
I
you know
told her
about it?
it
That's what I'm
wasn't
asking
okay.
about.
I told her it was not okay. I told her that was not okay.
Wow. So Brett was he knew about her tricking with other dudes.
I won't say the word tricking.
This is tricking.
I don't
She
like
wasn't
that
tricking. That was
word.
tricking.
She's like, just because you don't like the word don't mean that her actions don't line up with the meaning of the word. Okay, well, we can use another word, hoeing, it's like tomato. So it is what it is. But listen, Janarda didn't put it out there. She was like, Rose was just out there on the stroll, collecting them checks, doing what she felt she needed to do. And it is what it is. So, woo, child. Okay, we got a little bit left. Let me get through some of these comments. This is a really good interview, though. I'm enjoying this interview. I like this content creator. I'll make sure that I put his channel name in the description to give him credit, because I do like him. I like his energy. Let's see what we find. Let me see where I leave off in these comments, child, because it got juicy in this interview. Your friend said, imagine talking about these details in front of millions of strangers. Wow. Victoria Hall says, yes, she very much. Nia says, Rose is just like that man. Right. Just like him. You're just like your daddy, your pappy. You look like him. You act like him. Y'all know when Janarda get pissed off, you're looking like him. You're acting like him. You need to be over there with him. Victoria Hall says, sad, but perfect example before our eyes how people evolve through a toxic environment from childhood to adulthood. Nia said, to me, she looks like her daddy. I don't think I've seen a picture. Y'all seen a picture of her daddy? Somebody said, I guess she got the website. Y'all drop the link to the website, Child to Church, because I haven't seen the father. So I think she looks like a lot like her mama. But I would like to see, what her dad looks like. Rose has described her husband, Brett, as being a white version of her daddy. She said her daddy's big and tall like Brett, bald-headed. And then she said he's a Pisces like Brett. She's like, basically, she married a white version of her father. Those were her words. Beautiful Soul Girl said, I found Rose's divorce case on Georgia court docket. She was married to Adonis, and the filings can be downloaded for a fee. Adonis never filed for custody of his kids either. Bet. I heard a recording on someone's channel. I don't know if it was on Tosh Mob's channel. I don't know if you all follow her. She was over here last week. Definitely go follow her. She's rebuilding. Rose and the Rosebuds had her channel shut down, so she's over there rebuilding again. But I believe it was her channel. There was a recording of the Adonis Current's wife. I think her name is Champagne or something like that, and she referred to Rose as Adonis' common law wife. So it had me to wonder if they were ever legally married. But Beautiful Soul Girl says she found the divorce case, and so there's our confirmation that they were legally married. And you're saying he never filed for custody of his kids either, which I don't look at or look at it any type of way, because a lot of times men don't file for custodies for their children at divorce time. They let the child just go be with the mom. So I don't look at that sideways at all. That has absolutely no bearing for, I guess, him wanting to have a shared type custody. To me, this reads as though he wasn't trying to get sole custody. And in Georgia, I live in the state of Georgia. Georgia is a state that feels like children should be with their mother. It's very hard for a father to get custody of his children. Like, you really got to really show that mom to be like unfit, like, because in the South, I don't know if that's a Southern thing, but I know in Georgia where I live, the judge, the courts feel like the children should be with the mom. Your little friend says, even if it were true, I wouldn't tell nobody about that. Wow. Okay. Beautiful Soul Girl said Rose has custodial custody and shared legal custody with Adonis. Yeah, that's usually how it is, especially for Georgia. Like, that's the norm. But right now, he's not seeing the kids at all. rumor has it, as people say, drop little comments in the chat that, she's moving around a lot. So it's hard for him to kind of serve her with papers so he can get the custody or visitation. Let me see, visitation of the kids. I don't know if he's now trying to get custody. I just know they're like, let's this be moving all over the globe. She was in Arizona. Now she's in Hawaii. Y'all, I heard somebody say on one of my lives that came in, and I think it was in my comments in the chat. They were like, the reason from what they've come to know why Rose suddenly chose to move to Hawaii, or let's just say while she was in Hawaii on vacation, she decided to stay, is because she got wind of them trying to serve her at her home in Arizona. So her thoughts was, hey, if I don't go back to that place, then it's not my home. I can't get served. So let's just stay here. Made sense to me. Whether or not that's true or not, I don't know. But I'm like, that makes more sense to me why someone would suddenly just while they're on vacation say, I don't ever want to go back home, because that's crazy. And you got 4 kids, like that's insane. But from a logical standpoint, it made sense to me that she made that decision while on vacation when she learned that them people was at her front door in Arizona. Nia said there's a video where her mom picked Rose, her husband, and 4-year-old from the airport before they went to Hawaii on vacation last year. I saw the pictures. I think the mom had posted on her community page describing what you're saying, Nia, but I hadn't watched the video. But she's saying, yeah, like I have a relationship with Rose, and Rose gets pissed off when her mom posts like personal pictures and things out there. But she's like, listen, you can dish it, but you can't take it. I'm just showing receipts to come back. These lies, as you say, you ain't seen me since X amount of time. That's lies, because here are pictures. And based off of the time frame that you can tell from the pictures, the age of the kids, the mom is able to say you a whole lie when you say you ain't seen me since this amount of time. Because if that's the case, the kids are born and they are these ages. So that goes against whatever narrative you're trying to kick over there on your channel. So I think the mother is doing well by, dropping her receipts to support her side of the story. We just ain't really heard from Adonis. So that's who I would like to hear from, because she got that man out here looking real crazy. Stacy said vindictive was the correct word. Victoria Hall said yes, but Rose sees him as an easy, controllable person, and she works it with him. She certainly does. The world watches that. Victoria Hall said narcs are all about manipulation. Bromlena says Sheik Brett has a past too. He did not treat his first baby mother correctly and cannot be in his first daughter's life, and allegedly used to hit his prior girlfriends. I think when Rose, I don't know if it was on that video. It had to be on the video when she cussed him out, because that's really the only time she really shared his business like that. I think she said that when they got together, he told her that his previous relationships did not work because he used to fight them all. So I think she said that about him, but if I can recall. Victoria Hall says mom being guarded with her response on this topic. Your little friend says, so Rose was a prostitute, right? Like tomato. Listen, sis, you didn't already, you said your daughter was out here on the stroll. She was on the stroll. Stacy says, I know she got 1.05 subscribers believing her lies. That child told Brett how they can use some more of sugar money and Brett said no. Brett just along for the ride, y'all. Lisa Clark said, you just messy like the first rest. Rose is living her life and y'all should enjoy y'all's. We all got skeletons. Why y'all keep effing with a stranger? Y'all are bullies and obsessed. Eat itches, low light. Oh, she said a lot. Well, welcome, Lisa. While you're over here, please make sure you hit that like, share, and subscribe, because you're not the first rosebud to come over here, and they typically get very comfortable over here. Next thing you know, they turning into damn whole moderators. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Stacey said, yes, he was marrying her in the mountains in Arizona. Interesting. Miss Yellow Red says that's where he is from, Atlanta. Yep, Atlanta. It's no surprise if the divorce went down here in Atlanta that the babies are with the mama. That's just how they roll down here. The babies go with the mama. Peter Contel said, I think they are binging. Peter said, hey, Rolena, hey, Peter. Let's see. Beautiful Soul Girl said he would have to file to get shared custody It's not on the docket. He would file a motion, wait for a right to serve her, file service attempts. That would be their divorce case. It's not there. Peter says, according to Rose, when they were arguing, Rose mentioned some inappropriate behavior around the daughter. Who knows? But Rose said it. I don't recall her. I guess I don't know when she would have said whatever about the daughter, if that was another video. But the infamous live where she was kind of like going in on him, I just heard her saying that he wasn't putting forth the effort to show up for the daughter. But I didn't hear her really go into any detail regarding circumstances surrounding the daughter. I told you all in the last live when we talked about the Queen of Kings, where, Brett just said things just didn't work out with the mom. It just wasn't a connection. And he told her he just wanted to co-parent. He left out anything, else that, these things that you all are mentioning as far as with the toxic dynamics between them. He didn't get into that at all. He just said they just didn't hit it off. Like, he just made it seem like, our energies, we just didn't hit it off. Like, he just wasn't interested anymore. And he just wanted to just co-parent. Beautiful Soul Girl says the divorce case will be reopened when you have kids. All motions filed will be under the same docket, including for custody of parenting time. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens in time. Let's get back to this, try to wrap up this interview with Rose's mom. So we got maybe about less than 15 minutes left, or maybe around 15 minutes left of this video. So let's get into this interview.
She wasn't tricking. They was tricking. Mm-hmm. You said a few minutes ago that your daughter talked to you. Do you know any truth about Rose tricking with other men, or the other men tricking off on Rose while she was with Brett? That's all I'm asking you. Come on now.
I'm just gonna tell you this simple.
What's up?
And I don't really care about it selling my book. My book, God's gonna take care of that. God's gonna sell.
Y'all go run her up. Go run her up, y'all.
But what I can say is Rose told y'all that. And she told y'all the truth of the beginning, not since they've been married and all of that. But in the beginning, keep in mind, Rose used to dance, and I wasn't okay. And just for the record, I wasn't okay with that. But she did, and I talked to her. And actually, part of the reason she don't probably is from me.
Does Brett have a daughter?
Yeah, he got a pretty little girl.
Oh, so he do have the little girl. Did he hide the little girl or no?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know 100%. I know what Rose told me. So basically, he had a little girl. The little girl, mom, I think they're Indian. The little girl's from an Indian reservation. And he was with the mom. And then the mom took the daughter away. Because I don't know, Brett probably wasn't doing what she wanted him to do as far as the relationship thing. And I think she took the baby away. And he wasn't really seeing his daughter. And I think he had seen her before, but he wasn't seeing her. So Rose, she did, encourage, because we deal with our kids. We don't not deal with our kids. I deal with, So she knows that that's what a woman's supposed to do. I dealt with stepkids. So when I first met Brett, I liked Brett. He was nice. He was always real quiet when I very first met him. And before marriage and all of that and kids. And he would come around, we all hang out. We did Thanksgiving dinner. Sometimes we all come to Rose's house. Christmas, we all cook. We all have cooked and listened to music, and we kicked it like that on all the holidays. And Brett used to be around. That's why Brett pissed me off when he said he only saw me once or twice. He a damn lie. I know Brett. I used to spend the night at their house for weeks and weeks and weeks, and Brett be right there. So anyway, Rose.
Let me just tell Rose this. Let me just say this to Rose. Like, I would love for Rose to come and just give her side of the story of how she feels too. Like, it's not like. I would love for Rose
to chill out. Let yesterday. I don't care how you feel about the divorce, all this crazy stuff. Girl, if you release and let it go, you will be so surprised how much happier your life will be.
Do you feel like it's a money move, though? Do you feel like Rose is doing what she got to do to get that bag?
Some of it has gone to her head, but Rose has always been hot, like fire. Like,
not get triggered what I'm going to ask you. Are you jealous of Rose's success?
No. Why? For what? Let me explain something to you. First of all, I had a daughter before Rose that was actually success in real life. I understand nowadays.
What you mean in real life? You saying Rose ain't successful in real life? What's up?
No. I mean, like, as you see her perform, like, Rose is successful from social media. My other daughter was successful from writing music. She's a singer and a songwriter. I managed her career. If I was jealous of my daughter's being, and she was pretty too.
People don't think that you're jealous of Rose's looks. People are they think that maybe you're jealous of something else. I don't think that anybody thinks that you're.
What? Do you see how I'm living? My house is a little young. Do you? I don't know.
No, because you blurred it. You blurred everything. No, I can't see.
Let me unblur. How do I unblur this? I don't know if you.
Oh.
I'm trying to. I want you to understand that
you get to the money, right?
No.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
No, period. Let me explain something to you. I have always been a go-getter. That's where Rose got it. I have been a loan officer closing deals. I'm a real estate broker now. I live in an amazing community. I'm just trying to show you. I have a Mercedes truck. Do you see? Jealous of what? I'm successful too. That's where she got it from. Do you understand? I want all of my kids to be successful. I want you to be successful, and I don't even know you.
I am successful.
Exactly. I'm not a listen, sweetheart. Listen. Let me fix this. Not only do I look good.
I'm gonna hate on you for that. Not only you successful, you got that body, yada. What's up?
Look good.
That's gonna make them hate you right there. That's gonna make them hate you right there.
Well, not only do I, and they're gonna talk about me touching my hair. Not only do I wait, hold on. Not only you were
Is it all natural? Is it all natural?
All natural.
Oh, wow.
Not no surgery. Never. I'm scared of. Ask Rose. She know. So let me tell you.
Are you gonna be there for Rose because I think she's gonna tummy tuck and her breast done. Did she get her tummy tuck this month or no?
I really don't want her to get any of that done, but like I told her, she's beautiful without all of that. She knows Rose has been working out her whole life.
I think that Rose is beautiful. I think the only reason I can see her getting a tummy tuck just for the stretch marks, but as far as the breasts and stuff, I think that Rose is fine the way she is. I think she's a pretty girl.
I do too. I think Rose is absolutely beautiful, smart, intelligent. And you know one thing I really love about Rose?
What's up?
I love the fact that she knows how to put it together. That's where she helped Brett. See, when Brett, he knows how to work. He has his CDOs. He knows how to drive trucks and all of that. Brett knows how to get his money. He never needed Rose, but Rose always know how to get hers too.
What I'm asking you is, do you think that Rose took Brett to another level?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's all I wanted from you.
If you knew me and you Google me, then you would know. Why would I?
Well, Brett has acknowledged that Rose kind of have, she takes their family to another level. His words were, my job kind of pays for our just day-to-day lifestyle, but what she does, it just allows for us to kind of have extras. It just go above and beyond. So I've heard him say that. So he acknowledges, Rose contributions to the pot. It's just that Rose picks and chooses when she wants to acknowledge his contributions, because when she gets pissed off, you ain't nothing, you don't do nothing. But then when she on the good foot, which is just a matter of hours later, oh, he's everything. He's my white king. He's my savior. So it's just like, which is it? I personally feel like, as far as from the YouTube content creation, we see them both on camera. That's an equal contribution. Even though she may be the brains, they're married. So I don't feel like there's a need to have to come up with these ideas as far as these other ways that he brings money into the house just for the sake of you trying to have this narrative that he's taking care of you. If there's no other monies coming into house for other work efforts, just say you guys are content creators. You guys create content together. I don't understand what the big deal is. Why the lies? What is the point? What is the point?
I be jealous of my own daughter. Listen, Benji, I do.
And for the record, I don't think she's jealous of Rose at all. I think she just over there, just over all of Rose antics, like most of us over here. But Rose gets a lot of like her work ethic, you know, from her mom, that hustle mentality, that drive to want more. I'm not mad at it. Listen, she get it from her mama. I get it from my mama. Like it's in you. It's in you. That's why Rose is what I feel to be, you know, successful. Look at her mama's energy. So I definitely believe that she pulls a lot of that from her mom, just as her dad, you know. Her dad was a hustler. So she gets it from, you know, both sides. That makes her just, you know, she gonna get it. Rose gonna get it. The rose is not gonna go without. As the Rose said, the rose don't window shop. The rose don't window shop. That's where I got the rose from. The Rose don't window shop. So the Rose is going to make sure she get it, just like Janarda, her mama going to make sure she get it. And I am not mad at it. I think that is the mindset to have.
Well, I really would like to say I appreciate you having me on today. And I do appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk about my book a little bit. And I hope that you enjoyed it, and I hope that it can help other women and other people just to know that live in your truth, and it's okay. Almost everybody you know has a story.
What was it you were telling me on the phone about somebody calling you or something about a fake attorney or something? What was that about?
Oh, yeah. So some girl called me and said that Rose had her to pretend like she was in a...
So y'all, she talking about Judge Fifi. She was on my channel last week. I don't know, y'all, when that was, maybe Wednesday or Thursday. One day last week. It was the same day Tosh from Tosh Mob was over here. And Tasha K, during the interview with Rose, brought up Judge Fifi's name because Judge Fifi is another content creator channel. It's called Judge Fifi. I had never heard of her until the day she came over to this channel. But Judge Fifi is someone that kind of befriended Rose, and Rose wanted her to act like she was an attorney to, you know, serve, I guess, her mama or whatever. So this is who Janarda is talking about, Judge Fifi. If you're not familiar with her, go check out her channel. Listen, she got rolled on. She recorded her conversations with Rose. I guess I don't really understand, I guess, from the beginning part, what was Judge Fifi's intentions when she decided to kind of befriend Rose. I don't really understand what that part was about. But needless to say, she felt the need to record all of their conversations because I don't know if she just didn't feel like Rose can be trusted. So she has like a lot of recordings and things on her page from conversations between her and Rose about Rose's mother, about even Tosh Mob with trying to get Judge Fifi to do some stuff, background check, look up information about Tosh Mob and all of that. I think they had a falling out. Judge Fifi and Rose had a falling out dealing with money. I think Rose wasn't trying to pay her for her services. So yes, if y'all want to understand all of that, go on over to the YouTube channel, Judge Fifi, and you can kind of hear her get into what had happened was, you know, between her and Rose, and her acting like, or Rose wanting her to act like an attorney. She's not one, but Rose wanted her to act like an attorney to kind of get back at her mama. So this is what Janarda is talking about.
Attorney to tell me to stop talking about her on the internet because she didn't want it to mess up her what is this called? Her story. I guess me telling the truth, you know how Kendrick say, don't tell lies about me and I won't tell the truth about you. So me telling the truth about her made her get a fake attorney. The girl called me, but the girl called me and she told me, you know, I am so sorry Rose had me do this. But make a long story short, she was upset with Rose because Rose didn't shout her out and do whatever she was supposed to do. But at the end of the day, Rose still had her to call, harass me, get up under my pictures and say all kinds of stuff, get up under my posts. And she told me that Rose has she calls and has a bunch of people doing that. And that's why I turned some of my comments off on my page, because people are going crazy talking about all kinds of...
Let me ask you this. Do you think that Rose and Brett have storylines, or is what Rose is saying is true then about their relationship and the ups and downs?
Some of it is true and some of it is storylines. But I mean, they have had ups and downs. I mean, most relationships do. But and reality is, I actually really like Brett. I mean, you know, he's so sweet. He deals with a lot of stuff. He's such a sweetheart. He's a very nice person. I don't like the way he gets on here and lies, but of course he has a storyline and Rose. He has to live with Rose. So he can get on there all day and say, I met your mom. Your mom's cool. I like your mom. Because me and Brett, we vibe. He's been in California, stayed at my house, went out to eat, spent the New Year's, and we all hang out, okay? So at the end of the day, Brett can tell that lie because Rose is putting a gun in his head because that's his wife. He don't have to come home with me. So I get it, but I don't, you know?
So in conclusion, Janarda, I want to say thank you so much, beautiful, for giving me the time of day, even. You know,
let me say one last thing, and I hope you can add this on here. I definitely am not jealous of my daughter. I love my daughter. I want her to have the most success. I want her to be a multi-millionaire and everything, but I just want her to find peace within her heart and within herself to deal with people, talk to people like Brett and me and, you know, her brothers and sisters. Like, we're real human beings. Nobody is beneath Rose. I mean, everybody is successful. She's not the only one. There's a lot of successful people in my family. So I just want, you know, you guys to know that it has absolutely nothing to do with me being jealous of my own daughter.
You've just shown that. I'm going to make sure that I edit that part of the video of everything that you just shown. And if any of you know about Southern California, even though it might look like she lives in a planned community or development, that costs money in Southern California. It's not the same as living in another state or something. That costs money to live the way that she's living in Southern California.
Yeah, so in other words, some people live in $500,000 homes, and then we live in
like the average house, like real estate. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, if you know, you know. So it's her house to you. If you live in the Midwest or something, might not look like much to you, but in California, it's a pretty penny. So, thank you once again, beautiful, for being here, and you enjoy the rest of your evening, okay?
All right, thank you for having me.
All right, thank you so much.
That was a true statement. California, you know, them prices hit different on them houses. So her house, let's just see, looking at her house, look on the outside, probably comparable to my house in Georgia, but because it's in California, it's going to cost like a couple of $200,000-$300,000 more than what my house in Georgia is. So definitely a true statement. Looking at how she lives, she's looked like she's doing very well. Whether or not she owns it or not, I don't know. I feel like, you know, she's doing, I think she's a hardworking woman. She's doing a doggone thing. So I don't have any reason to not believe that that's her home, that she's doing well, that's her vehicle. People can work hard and do well, you know. As they say, Rose, she get it from her mama. Rose has great work ethic. Mama got great work ethic. So let's get into these comments. But that was a great interview. I definitely enjoyed it. I hope you all did as well. Also, when Rose and her husband had got into it that night, it was coming off of the disagreement that Rose was having with her mom because she was upset because Brett didn't intervene and echo some of the concerns or whatever grievances Rose had at that time in the argument. She wanted Brett to back her up in it verbally, and he didn't. He chose to stay out of it. And as she talked about, Brett know the real deal. And now I'm wondering, maybe some things, if he didn't say something, is because he knew better. He knew, like, okay, babe, that ain't quite true. But he chose to just stay quiet versus saying that, which was probably better than like going against his wife, just staying quiet. So he might have like handled it the best way. But, you know, what had happened was like she snapped on him because he chose to, you know, just plead the fifth. So let me try to get through these comments. We wrapped up the interview. So we have the little over 3 hours, but yeah, it was a lot of good information in there. Let's see. Let me see where we left off in these comments. Peter Kahn tells Victoria Hall, they're on something for sure. That doesn't look or act the same. Lisa Clark says, you kick Peter, y'all should put the energy in the Bible. God isn't pleased. Welcome, Lisa. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Peter says, Lisa Clark, God is not pleased with how Rose are not feeding and providing the basics for those babies. We got to provide the basic for the babies. Victoria Hall says, yes, in her eyes, and no saliva gives it away. Cap C said, new subby salute, nice content. Welcome, Cap C. Thank you. I welcome each and every one of you all. Thank you. Have you all hit the like button lately? It's free. Also, you can show your girl some love through Super Chat. I'm eligible to get Super Chat. Y'all, it's the little things. Your girl can get Super Chats right now. I'm waiting to see what that's going to feel like to get the first Super Chat. So I am able to get Super Chats over here. And you can show your girl some love through Cash App. Dollars at the bottom of the screen on the banner, $speak 50. I welcome any type of support. The like is free. Sharing and subscribing is free as well. I welcome all supports. Honey Child, OMG. Listen, yes, OMG. Miss Yellow Red says, on one of the lives, Brett said that his daughter and the mother moved to Arizona 1 week after they moved to Hawaii. Wow, I wonder what was that about. Beautiful soul girl, Brett is still quiet. Nia said, Rose told everyone that the daughter's mom was a one-night stand with Brett. Wow, such a liar. I remember that. Look, that's what she said. But when she had ran off to the store the other day and she left him to talk to the people, his version was, we lived together. We was in a whole relationship and I didn't want to be in it anymore. So I told her I didn't want to be with you. So they got multiple stories pertaining to their situation. So over here, we just talk about all the versions of the stories. Beautiful girl, soul girl said at Miss Yellow Red, yep, he said that like they were running from Brett's kids. Suspicious. Wow, that's very interesting. Victoria Hall said, God is pleased with those of us advocating for children. Yes, 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 and yes. Alexis Ramsarut said this whole story should be a Lifetime movie. Lifetime. I tell you, I think the Rose would be a great actress. I said Tyler Perry somebody need to hit her up because she got a Tyler Perry, the people over P Valley, and somebody need to hit her up because I think Rose would do her thing on camera. If you ask me, I think she really would. Peter says, Victoria Hall, the foaming at the mouth is absolutely disgusting. She gets loud and angry and defensive. All of her false paradise fairy tales, grandiose attitudes, larger than life, but living piss poor. Whoo, child. Peter says, Victoria Hall, exactly. Peter says, Mom, go sit your ass down. Peter, you ain't here for the mama. Lord Jesus. Alexis said, yes, ma'am, you are beautiful. Rose is the younger version of you. Yes. Let me see. Peter says she's gaslighting. Stacy says that woman ain't jealous of that child. The problem is she became her friend and forgot she was actually her mother. That part, I can see that all day long. Sometimes them lines get blurred. People lose their way. Peter says, and Brett took her to another two. Nia said, in my opinion, Rose is envious of her mother. Now that's a twist. What y'all think on that one? She said Rose being envious of the mama. Listen, the mama is the original. The mama is the original. So that's an interesting one. That's an interesting thought, Nia. Peter said, Nia, I agree. Nia, you might be on to something. You might be on to something. Yvonne McGowan said that part at Stacy. Nia said, Stacy, I also agree. Yeah, you got to keep those lines very defined when you're dealing with your kids. You want them to be able to talk to you, but first and foremost, you are the parent. You are the parent. Peter says, Stacy 100. Bromlena said, okay, showing her body in the house a little much. The answer to are you jealous of your daughter should just be no, in my opinion. Listen, the answer, she get it from her mama. So yeah, she was doing a bit much, but yeah, I don't think she's jealous of her daughter. I don't think she has anything to be jealous. Rose is a content creator. She's big on the internet. I mean, her mom looks like she's doing very well in just her, when she say real life, that's interpreted as just the everyday life, just a hardworking woman every day. And the sister, I didn't know her sister was in the industry. I'm not familiar with who her sister is as far as in the industry, but people have successes in different ways. It doesn't have to be on the internet. Like that's just one area. Like the world is so big, and granddad's like, there's so many ways that people can be successful. So you don't have to be somebody in front of a camera just to be successful. So I think the mom is doing quite fine, in her life during this season. Beautiful Soul Girl said exactly. A lot of successful YouTubers shows good, bad, and ugly. Rose and her husbands are doing well. No need to pretend to be rich. I'm sure not sure why they put on this vacay. Yeah, it's not really necessary, but I don't know. Maybe it's just this mentality of just wanting more, just to push the envelope. Stacy says Brett did say that's what he loved about her. So Peter says, bro, Lena, we know darn well that's not her house. That house is for sale. Lord Jesus, Peter, I'm trying to give mom a benefit of the doubt. Peter said, I don't care what you try to do. That's cute, but she ain't fooling me. Meso in the house, welcome. I don't think she levels Brett up, because at the end of the day, he benefits from her more. Okay. Peter says, woo, stay away from that lunatic, honey. Peter says extortion for money. And Meso says they are gaslighting. They are beneficial to each other equally. I think they're both beneficial to each other equally. I think Rose, try to play him when she gets mad and just act like he's kind of less than. But no, I think they're both beneficial to each other. Nia says no, thank you to the judge. Victoria Hell, Rose did not pay Fifi. Yeah, I thought Fifi said something about Rose didn't pay her. So listen, Fifi said Rose is coming for her channel right now, but she like, whatever, I got my receipts and my recordings. So that's going to be an interesting one to follow. But Judge Fifi's still over there on her channel. She's still over there talking. She is still talking. Peter says, do not shout out that lunatic girl. No. Nia says, Peter, she's a bit bizarre. And then Victoria says she's a snake, Peter, for sure. Stacy says, Rose says she is white. She said a whole lot of mess. And I don't believe nothing that child says. I just in my feelings on when her and Brett made Raiden go to his room when Race was being bad. Yes, a lot of shenanigans going on over there at that house. Peter says that lady was on the Maury show multiple times. You are not the father. Kids all removed. Stay away from her. Oh, my goodness. Victoria says, yes, Peter. Bromlena said, Miss Smith, law firm of Hawaii. I couldn't handle it. Lord Jesus. That was supposed to be the law firm name. Hilarious. Peter says she's up there bragging and don't have ish. Lord, Peter like, listen, I already know y'all don't believe nothing this woman is saying. Victoria says, I know, Brom. Stacy says Brett been secretly throwing shade at Rose. Just watch him when he is alone. He is tolerating her now because of those two boys, but old baby, just wait, it's coming. Oh, I believe, we've been saying that. I believe that it's coming. I believe it's coming. And it's only going to get worse between them. And it's not to wish anything bad on them. It's just when you see the writing on the wall, you see it. It is what it is. We're not blind. Peter says, Stacy, yep, I noticed. And Victoria says, yes, Sheik, yes. Nia says, Stacy, you are calling it as we all see it. Yeah, we see it. Like we see it. Stacy says, I want to show her what numbers look like because that child really think she's the boss. I want to show her what numbers look like because that child really thinks she is the boss. Uh-oh, Meso hit me with my first super chat. Yay, thank you. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like when you see color. They said, put some color in the chat. Put some color in the chat. I thank you. I thank you very much. I'll always remember my first super chat, just like you'll always be one of my first mods. So listen, we both got firsts to celebrate. Thank you, and thank you. Romlena said, Brett laughed and says, Rose, you've pulled a new pew-pew on me about 8 times. Why are you mad that your mom accused you of pulling a pew-pew on your brother only once? And Rose lost it. That man knew that there was truth, that mama-in-law was, speaking some truth. Like he wasn't finna He wasn't gonna step. That man ain't crazy. He was like, shit, I'm pleading the fifth. I'd rather get cussed out for not saying nothing than to be trying to go this far with like he couldn't do it. His conscience, he like this woman, she has welcomed us into her home. She's picked us up from the airport. I just can't throw this. I can't be lying on this woman. I can't do it. I can't do it. Not right now. So Rose got pissed off. She was like, she got mad at Rose. Rose, is that you? At Peter. Rose, is that you? That's funny. But like Rose got pissed off, but it's crazy how what set her off was her husband not saying something while she was arguing with her mom. Like, think about just how crazy that is. Not that he did anything to her or he said something crazy to her. Like, it was the fact that he didn't echo something that she was saying while she was in an argument with her mama. Like, it's just like, what was it really about? It just goes to show that she already was really just feeling a way towards him. And she just used that as like an excuse to just go in on him about something. Because to me, that just didn't make sense why she chose to just go off because he didn't echo sentiments that she had about her mama. Like, really think about it. It just doesn't make sense to me. Yvonne McGowan says you have a super chat as well as a cash app. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am appreciative. I thank each and every one of you for any support you provide over here. Child, we're on the road to 5,000 subscribers. So I'm even good with that. If y'all can just like, share, and subscribe to my channel. I'm just a smaller content creator, just trying to make it do what it do out here in these YouTube streets. So I welcome each and every one of you. So please share, like, share with your friends, your mama, your dad. Listen, share with somebody. Send it to Rose Daddy if you got his channel, or if he got a channel out there, just share it. I want to spread the message. Rose out here with a lot of the lies. Her mama says she lying. She my child. We was having real conversations and I got the tea and we were here for it. So it was definitely a great interview where we learned a lot, even though Peter was like, that woman is a whole mess, just like her daughter. Peter said, yes, it's me. Victoria said she wanted Brett to defend her, but Brett was like, I can't defend these lies. Brett was like, listen, he couldn't do it that day. He was like, shit, he had to take one for the team. He got cut smooth the hell out. But he was like, listen, I couldn't. He just couldn't do it. Lana said that Peter Cotton loved the response to you being Rose. Yes, Victoria, you doing good, girl. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you. Y'all, listen, I'm trying over here, Stacy, because Rose is a dictator and a control freak. Definitely. Once you've seen one dictator control freak, you see one, you see them all. You can easily recognize it. I think we've all seen people like that. So we recognize it is what it is. And we just call it out over here. The Rosebuds or Rose, whoever come over here, they don't like it, but hey, it is what it is. But listen, I welcome them because it contributes to the conversation, the participation, the engagement, all of that. So they can come over here all they want to. It just lets me know that we're not being ignored over here, that people are recognizing and hearing our voices over here. So as I'm growing, you're growing with me because this is a channel that we're growing together. This is Chic Speak, and we speak on it. We speak on some things. Bro, Lena said that Peter, my man. Y'all, some people be like, I hate when she says that. My man. Says even when the kids, y'all seen the kids say it. When the kids say my man. So I wanted to definitely get this interview out the way because there were some other things as of late that I came across that I want to talk about, but I don't want to do it in this live. I'm gonna probably make it a separate live. So two things I want to talk about this week, going into this week. I want to talk about Rose's sister. I want to try to find that video where Rose's sister is on camera and things like that. So you guys can see one of Rose's sisters. And I want to talk about Brett and Brett's now talking about, his job and what he does and the kind of money he makes. Yes, he is. He's talking. I don't know if it's getting back to him that the people want to know what he's doing because they don't believe he works or whatever. So I came across a video where I think someone kind of pulled it from one of their lives and where he's talking about, his, his jobs and, the type of money that he makes and things like that. And I kind of side-eyed it because the math wasn't mathing to me, but okay. So I want to bring it to you all so I can hear your opinions on what he has to say in regards to his career and the type of money that, he's making, as it makes sense. So I want to bring that. So that's going to be coming in the coming weeks. So make sure you are subscribed and you have that notification bell hit so you know when I go live. Typically with this long form content, it is in the evening. So it's pretty much anytime like after 5, I'll go live and we'll get into some things with all things Queen of Kings. Thank you to any of you who have completed the poll that I put out there, child. It started out, I don't know how y'all feeling now, but y'all, I'm like, hell no, we're not interested in hearing about no damn Tamar. So I put a poll out there. Tamar and Tony are back. Do you want to review the popular reality show? So right now, 34% say yes. 49% say no. 17% was like, who the hell are they? So I just wanted to just expand and see if there's any other type of, content you want to hear. Cause like, the roles be taking all my strength and, I just want to make sure I keep things fresh and engaging over here. So I will continue to cover, Queen of Kings content and bring to you things that seem like, would be some things that you guys would want to talk about because there'd be a lot going on over there on the island. Kids are now back to school over there. Rose and Brett are getting some more alone time. So we may be able to maybe do some reviews on some of the content with Rose and, Brett being alone or with the baby while the other older kids are at school to see what they talking about when the kids ain't around. So, but yeah, just let me know if there are some other things that you would like to get into over here on this channel. Bromlana said, meow, meow. Jesus. Stacy's yes. The more, the merrier. We got you. Bromlana said, that beautiful soul girl Peter is definitely not Rose. We met on Tosh Mob. Okay, so Peter, you come from Tosh Mob. Tosh Mob, yes, follow Tosh Mob. That's a great channel. So check out her. I think she's trying to do something different with transitioning from Rose content. Rose been over there giving her the blues. So she's trying to touch on some other things right now. And I think that is a good move. She has a really strong following, which is great. She's growing. She's on her way to get back to the 1,000+ subscribers. So you can definitely go over there and support her as she continues to grow. Tosh, she's good people. Beautiful soul girl said, Bromlana, it was a joke. Bromlana said, Rose does sneak into that chat a lot, though. Like they said, Rose be lurking now. I wonder if she's been over here before. Peter says up to $45 per hour doesn't equate to 100K. Let's start there. Ooh, child, what's the $45 an hour? Who talking about they make $45 an hour? Peter said, tired of Tamar. Listen, I know the feeling with Tamar. When I seen that, it came up in my recommendations when I woke up this morning. I said, ooh, child, Tamar back on TV. I said, let me just watch this and just see what she giving. Because, when Tamar can take all can y'all imagine Tamar and the Rose been in the same room on the same show? Child, you have to take all your vitamins to deal with them, not just 2 of them, the B12 and the vitamin E. No, you need all the vitamins in the whole alphabet lineup to deal with them too. So I watched the first episode and she was on her best behavior, but it was episode 1. So I want to see if y'all will be here for the shenanigans that may play out, during another season of the Braxtons. Peter Cotton says Peach would be great. Hey, Foxhole is back. He said you may have to have a sidebar topic while breaking down Rose mess. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Friday, I talked about Nelly and Ashanti. So it was nowhere near the amount of people kind of interested in that as like the Rose content. So I'm trying to feel y'all out. What do you guys want to talk about over here between the Rose shenanigans? But we will stay on the Rose. We will stay on the road. Stacy said he not only talked about his job, but he showed himself driving with his uniform on. Child, not driving. He said, y'all finna respect my little job. Y'all finna respect my little job. Stacy, was that on the last live that they did? They did a live today where they went fishing, but that was starting like right when I was starting my live. But since we were already going to review the interview with Janarda, I didn't want to kind of get sidetracked in be all in their business as far as what they were doing on a little family fishing trip. But going into this week, we'll get into and just cover some things from the lives that they've done as of late to keep the show going. Yvonne McGowan said, we look forward to the book reading. Yes, I made a note. I'm going to look into getting that book, and I'll definitely, you all will see it in the title, in the thumbnail for any future shows coming up as far as the book reading. And yeah, I got to get that book and just figure out what day we're going to start that. So I don't know if any of you want to get the book too, to be able to follow along, or if y'all like, child, I ain't buying that mess, we're going to let you get that with that super chat that Meso sent to you. So I might have to listen. That super chat money might have to go and get that book from the Amazon. Thank you, Meso, for sponsoring the book. Rolena said that Mav never masked with them. I soon will be tired of them, honestly, but thank you, Sheik's Peace. Listen, I'm trying. I don't want y'all to be like, Sheik, I can't do another day with this damn goofy family. So that's why I'm trying to get ahead of it to see what else y'all like for me to cover. Stacy said Brett had his uniform on at his new job. Okay, Brett. Okay, come through with the what can Brown do for you uniform. Peter said Brett said he makes up to $45 an hour a few days ago. Okay, Brett. So what that calculate? What's that in a year? That's under $100,000. I think that's what somebody said. Ain't $100,000. Listen, I got a video that I'm gonna show where Brett talking about his money. He didn't break down the hourly. He talked about it from a salary standpoint. And listen, Brett said, listen, y'all don't play with me. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. I am six figures all day. Respect my name and respect my uniform and my truck. And that's on that. Meso said Rose for sure being here. No question. Hey, Rose. Yeah, but we welcome. We didn't call it. I ain't seen Laura in here today. Laura tends to come over here and she be in here defending Rose, but she show up on my fitness videos too. So I don't know where Laura at today. But listen, we welcome all. We welcome all. When the way I look at it is when people show up, that means that our message is getting spread and it's reaching the people it needs to reach. Peter says Sheik not feeling reviewing Peach. Not feeling reviewing Peach. So what do you mean when you say Peach, not feeling reviewing Peach? Is that a particular, like, what are you guys referring to with Peach, with not reviewing that? You're talking about the, because I have my poll talking specifically about the Braxton show. So I don't know. Are you guys talking about that? Beautiful Soul Girl said Brett has 2 LinkedIn showing the trucking companies he worked for. Okay. Foxhole says I'm Meso Plays also. Brolena said at Meso, she was once in here as a retired psychiatrist saying Rose was A-okay. Okay, I remember that day. I can't remember what was her name. I remember now. I think she was in here maybe like 2 weeks ago, and yeah, that she lost us with the psychiatrist part. I think that's really what it gave when we were like, okay. The veil has been lifted because of all job titles. Why it had to be that one. Peter says, Bromlena, you blew my cover. Let me see. Manifest Reality says, like your vibes, new topics, please. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. Let me know what new topics you may want. Manifest Reality says something more refreshing. Okay. You guys give me some ideas because I dropped I did the poll. That was my first poll I did on a live. And I know the Braxtons are normally popular, but if you have something else in mind, let me know. Be specific. Drop it in the comments. Stacy says Tamar wouldn't like Rose because she can't let Rose outshine her. Y'all remember when Tamar was on Big Brother years ago? And that was a whole mess. Tamar, one of the people that don't play well with others in the sandbox, kind of similar to Rose. So yes, that would be insane, insane. Bromlena said at Peter, I'll stay quiet going forward. Beautiful Soul Girl said Brett said he makes 90,000 before. I'm not sure where the 6 figures came from. Listen, Brett said he out there driving, moving that truck, and the money is coming in regardless if y'all keep seeing him pop up on a camera with his wife. Somehow, mysteriously, that truck is still moving for him to still get paid for those miles. Listen, I'm just trying to make it make sense. Brolena said the way I'm chewing Rose ass out. Peter said Peach McIntyre. Peach McIntyre. Who's Peach McIntyre? Who is that? Meso said if Rose and Tamar was in a room, Rose would be trying to backflip to prove a point. Tamar would be singing, "No, no way, I'm living without you." Fight. Oh my God, yes. Can y'all imagine? That would be crazy because Rose's talent is flipping and doing the splits and all that kind of stuff, and Tamar singing, be like a sing off, flip off. Who would be here for that? Peter says Peach McIntyre is another train wreck with 7 kids, one on the way. Okay, let me make note of that. It was funny though, y'all. Like it was like some weeks back, and I didn't make note of who it was, but it was like somebody else. I guess they got a family channel, and they were like, "Can you?" It was like early on, I think, when I started touching on the Rose content. Maybe like my second or third live, and they were like, "Can you cover my channel?" And I could never, figure out because it was so many comments. And when I went back to catch the replay, I couldn't figure out like who it was that said it, but they were like, "Can you talk about my channel?" But I thought that was funny. But I'm gonna make note of this Peach McIntyre, and check out some of their stuff to see what they talking about, what kind of shenanigans they're on. So you say they're a train wreck with 7 kids and one on the way. Child, listen, anytime your kids, the number of your kids is outnumbering you by like more than double, you got a whole situation on your hands. So check out their channel. So I'm making a note of this. Thank you for that, Peter. I appreciate you. Meso said, who gonna show out more? I mean, who would y'all think that would show out more, Rose or Tamar? See, Tamar is feisty, so I think Tamar would show her behind more than Rose. I think Rose's stuff will come off as more passive aggressive. Rose gonna be crying. Y'all don't really see Tamar crying. Tamar not a crier. She's not a crier like that. So I think Rose would be throwing rocks, hiding her hand. Tamar to me is kind of more outward with her. So I think that, I really probably think I'll probably be here more so for Tamar than Rose because, I think Tamar just call her on her stuff and be like, "Girl, we don't give a damn about them damn tears or them flips you just did going into the kitchen. Get the hell on." Like, I think it'll be that kind of energy. Peter says Rose couldn't handle Tamar. No, she would be in tears. She would be in tears. Beautiful Soul Girl said exactly, moving all over Hawaii. Yvonne McCall, she just laughing through these comments. Maisel said, do a poll, Tamar or Rose. So, okay, so do a poll on Tamar or Rose. What would be the question? What question, Maisel, should we ask for Tamar and Rose? Like who would be the fan favorite on a reality show, Tamar or Rose? What question you want me? Let me know what question you want me to ask, and I can drop it into a poll. Beautiful Soul Girl said, definitely Tamar. Beautiful Soul said Tamar would make Rose cry. Yes, Rose would be in tears. Yes. Stacey said Peter, she definitely wasn't ready for Tasha K. So I agree. She is all mouth, no bite. Peter says she's a heavy gambler, from food stamps to millionaire to recent eviction. Would sober for 14 months with another possible on the way. Child, Lord. Ooh, they got a lot going on. So I don't know. Any of you all are familiar with Peach McIntyre? Let me jump over to YouTube really quick and see what that channel name looks like when I type it in, so I can see what y'all talking about. Peach McIntyre. Okay, so she's a Black lady. So is she a single mom? She got 596,000 subscribers. She got a lot of subscribers. So is she like a single mom? Is she married? But I got her channel up right now, so I'll have to research and get to know, check out that channel and form some opinions, because I'm familiar with the Rose and Brett, but I'd have to learn Peach McIntyre. But thank you for that recommendation. Meso said, who is going to show their ass more? Gotcha. So let me see. Let me see. Give me a minute, y'all. Okay, so let me end this one I got. So we ended our, okay, so we're going to start a new poll. All right. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, so we got our poll. You guys should see that. Yes, participate with the polls. We just got questions. We got questions. Manifest Reality said that is a perfect question. Fan favorite. She speaks. Tony Braxton or Rose. So, but here's the thing, like, so I got my question out there, but so we're still covering Rose. I was just wondering if you guys want to cover Tony, the the Braxton show as well, because we still got Rose, but just kind of to cover something else in between the shows on Rose. But yes, you guys answer the question on the poll. I'm curious to see how that will turn out. I feel like yes, I feel like I feel like Tamar would take the cake on that one. Peter says, do a peach poll to see who's familiar with do a peach poll to see who's familiar with her. Okay, so see who's familiar with Peach McIntyre. Okay, I can do that. Romelena said, Meso, I would definitely have a 3-day migraine with the Rose and Tamar. They both speak about themselves in third person. Tamar, what's this? So you got the Tamartians, and you got the Rosebuds. Manifest Reality said, please, no more Peach. Listen, Peach that Manifest said she done worked on her damn last nerve. I don't even know who the woman is, but Manifest like, I know about her enough for everybody, and I'm tired of her. Stacy said Tamar is the worst, and Rose just need to go live in the projects with the 4 boys for a week. Peter says married, but hubby is a bum that look good. So I guess she got the money then. So he's a kept man. It sounds like he's a whole kept man out here. Peter said, I'm fascinated by abnormal psych behavior. Yeah, I'm fascinated by, I like to study people and behavior. So that's what I do over here with the Rose. That's just what I do with people in general. I have a background in clinical mental health counseling. So listen, I walk around all day as I encounter people. I'm trying to figure out what the hell wrong with them. Listen, I can't help it. It's just like when when you know signs and symptoms of just various mental health illnesses, just like you see it once, you've seen them all. So I can kind of pick up certain things when stuff ain't right. So I tend to do that. And that's what we do. Y'all see me do it in real time on YouTube. But child, my real life, I'll be doing this mess. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell is going on with these people. Maisel said Tamar at one point she could be Tony Braxton. Yeah, I mean, it's only one Tony. It's only one big sis. Lena said, Peter, wasn't Judge Fifi also involved in some mess with that Peach woman too? I'm just so tired of them. Oh, wow. I don't know. See, I just learned about Judge Fifi, but I think she said her channel was built around uncovering foolishness. I think that's what she said. So, Suze Robinson said, more like the withering rose. Welcome, Suze. Stacy, I guess Rose needs a wake-up call. She needs to humble herself. I think Tamar has enough years to say that she is a little more mature than Rose. Just a little. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the first episode of that Braxton family, she was on her good behavior. It was a good episode. So our poll shows that 64% say Tamar will just show out the most. 36% says the Rose. So most people think that Tamar will show out the most. I think Tamar will show out the most. I think she'll be trying to whoop Rose. I think she'll be trying to lay hands on her personally. Peter says, I want Rose and Krishan on a show together. Oh, child, no. So that's when the police gonna be getting called. Anything involving Krishan, I think y'all, I heard they trying to give her 8 years in prison or some. She locked up and they trying to give her 8 years. And I think Blueface, I don't know if the people trying to give him about 4 or 6. So either ways, Krishan Jr., it don't seem like he's going to be seeing mama or daddy for a little minute, unless, it's going to be behind bars or behind not behind bars, but behind a plastic or the glass window. Very sad and unfortunate. Peter Bromlena said, yep, and Jaguar right too. Oh my God, not Jag, Lord. Jag, you now imagine Jag been in scene. So if you got Jag, you got Tamar, and you got Rose. Of all of them, I think Jag will get all of them together just in her, just the way she have about her with her words, without even having to raise her voice. She would just straight read them. Definitely the Rose will be crying, and then Tamar just be trying to get louder and louder. But I think Jag would take, basically son them both and just be the one who's kind of like the mama of the group. Yeah, I don't think any of them be able to touch Jag. She a whole experience in herself. Jag is of the 3. I can deal with Jag. Listening to her before the other 2. I will say that. Manifest Reality said, yes, thanks, Brolena. Enough of it. Meso says Rose and Krishan would probably be friends. I don't know. I mean, Krishan kind of rough around the edges, so her being friends with Rose, like, I don't know. They probably get along better than probably. Remember, take Krishan and Tamar, what they had their little situation, and then with Krishan beat up Tamar's friend. I think that's what she locked up behind from that assault case. Because I couldn't think of anything else that would have her to be in jail other than when she had hit that man at the Tamar concert. Bronlena said, Peter, that's exhausting. Everybody is basically in the same sector. Peter said he got 4. Let me see. Stacey said, Peach is a waste of time and her mouth is the worst. I can't believe I'm not even familiar who this person is. She got a lot of followers. Yvonne McGowan says, Peach McIntyre has a lot going on. So Yvonne, listen, I've never seen any of her stuff come up in my recommendations. So I'm just going to, for kicks and giggles, I'm going to have to, see what's going on over there, even if we don't get into it over here. So I may do put another poll out there. You all check out for maybe my community page. I may put it over there and see, or let me see. We might be able to drop another poll. Let's do another poll. I'm gonna do a poll asking about the Peach McIntyre. Let's see. Do you? Okay, so I just dropped a new poll. Check out that poll. Let me know, because listen, I don't have to get into learning who Peach is, but some of you are very familiar with her. So I don't know if, I guess, listen, sis got a lot of followers. So hell, Rose over there with over 1 million. Peach said she had 596. So she like, hell, we trying to eat too out here. We trying to eat too. We trying to eat too. So listen, she's like, hell, talk about us. Maybe she the one was in my comments talking about talk about us. I don't know, but it was somebody who would like talk about my channel, and it looked like they had a picture with like some kids, multiple, kids or whatever. But I didn't make note that it was so much going on in the chat, and it was early on when I started covering this content. So that on the Queen of Kings. So I didn't even make note of it, but I wish I had. I wish I had. But yeah, you guys. respond to the poll for me, please. Stacy said Rose will run and hide. She said, I ain't no fighter. Rose is mouth, not Jaguar. That's my girl, right? Yeah, Rose is definitely mouth. Peter says Chic Peach will bring what you say? She'll bring it. Peter said Peach gonna bring it. Mesa said I seen Judge Fee cover them. However, I don't think it should be covered. Okay. Karen, hey, welcome, Karen. Karen Jones says, I saw something today where the baby was trying to mouth kiss Rose again. Lord Jesus, he need to go back to school. That's the one he ain't even in school because he too little, because they said it costs a lot of money to send him to pre-K. So he at home with them. Wow, he needs somewhere to go. He seemed like he need to be around some more kids his age. Meso said Blueface and Krishan both going to jail for years with a baby is more crazy. It's insane. Yes, it's insane. Poor baby. Poor baby. Let me see what this poll look like. So the poll says 40% said yes to Peach. 60% said, oh, hell no. Like, it's like, I can't damn do it. They tell you. Listen, I don't know what y'all want me to talk about over here because y'all like, I can't do Tamar and I can't do Peach. I can't. Bromlana said, Karen Jones, just another day in the neighborhood with that kissing. Listen, I guess this is just what he gonna be doing. So best of luck with Brett and Rose as they work through that. Like I said, hopefully once he, start going to school, like his bigger brothers, his behaviors will change. I mean, listen, I guess that's all we can do is hope for the best. Keep them lifting in prayer, child. Peter said, to be honest, Junior is probably better off without Krishan. Right now, while Krishan doing the absolute most, I can agree with that. People do change. Krishan, she's in her early 20s. So hopefully, she'll grow and mature and be able to be a better example to her baby. Blueface as well. So I just hope both, the baby's parents can get it together so they can be the best parents possible for Krishan Jr. Meso says, cover the Blueface and Krishan. Now, I am familiar with their shenanigans, so I'm familiar with it. A while ago, I've covered Krishan. I've covered them before on this channel, like back in the day when I would cover like viral moments, celebrity content. So I do have some content out there on Blueface and Krishan. If you just dig, I got like a lot of videos. I got like over 400 videos out there. I've been around for a minute. So there is some content on them, but yes, that is one that I can cover, if you all are here for them. Karen Jones says, and she didn't even cut it out knowing people will talk about it again. I think at this point, she knows she has people's attention. So she's just like, whatever, we're just going to let them talk. The more they talk, the more it's maybe going to bring people over to say, oh my God, let me go over there and check it out for myself. So she knows what she's doing. Peter says, I know people will come for Peach because she's a YouTuber. I'm here regardless. Thank you, Peter. Thank you. So we'll see. We'll see. Thank you all for the recommendations. It definitely helped me out. Manifest Realty said, mothers should always think about their welfare of their children. She is not a child and old enough, had opportunity to get things right for a child. I agree. Bromlana said, Karen Jones was at today. At this point, she doesn't care anymore. She is welcoming the clout. That's why I'm tired of her already. Yes. Right now, people still showing up for this Rose content. We're still covering her, but it's just a matter of time when people, I'm wondering if it'll happen. If people be like, I can't do this no more. I can't do this no more. I'm pretty much at this point, I would like to move around and, talk about some other things. So we may test out the waters and maybe try to do some coverage of Peach, as well as probably Blueface and Krishan as well, just to, see how it goes. Manifest says, Rock is not the first at her age. There have been others even younger who made better decisions. Yeah. Karen says it was when they went to brunch. So, I think that was a couple of days ago, maybe Friday. I think it was like something with they were at brunch because the kids were at school. So I'm thinking Karen's referring to a live from Friday. We may, be able to review that together. Meso says, yes, Rose will be the thing of the past. Right. I am trying to get ahead of it. Peter says, Karen, that's why she constantly deleting her daily live streams. Right. Remember, there was a point a few weeks back, she was constantly removing, deleting, or she's probably not deleting them. She's probably just making them private. or moving them to her what do you call that? Her Patreon. So I'm sure she's not deleting them. She's just probably privating them or moving them to her Patreon. But they're still out there though. So anytime she can choose to unprivate them and make, the money off of the clicks and views. Bromlena says, Meso, yes, the shock value is wearing off with Rose. It's tiring right now. Yes. I mean, I feel like I take notice of it just by how the views are with the Rose content. I mean, there's still a lot of people that are here for it, but to me, I feel like people are starting to just be over her. Meso said, Rose is viral, so the views will come in, but the audience will grow on your channel because it gets people thinking. Yes, I agree. Rose definitely have people scratching their head. Meso, your mama Gown said, at Meso, yes, cover Blueface and Chrissy. All right, y'all. I need to, where will we start? Do we want to pick up where right now what's going on with their criminal case as far as with them getting this time in jail? Because right now they don't have any content as of late out because they've been locked up. So really it just will be a matter of just kind of uncovering what's going on as far as with the charges and the allegations, what's going on with Krishan Jr. Peter says CPS is on Rose. Yes. So I heard. Manifest Reality said, this is a topic, especially with the great grandfather showing up at the courts. He's the only common ground when it comes to the children. Who are you, Manifest? Who are you referring to? This is a topic, especially with the great grandfather showing up at the courts. Are you talking about the Blueface and Krishan Manifest? Who are you referring to with that comment? Meso says, start from what's happening and going backwards. Okay. Thanks for that. That's good. Thank you. Meso says how they got here. Okay. All right. So I'll look into that and try to figure out how to tackle that, because I've just been hearing lately about these sentencing that they may be up for. And then we can probably, review some of the content as far as what led up to their current situation. So yes, thank you. That gives me some things to go off of, but we will definitely still be covering some Rose content as well. And I'm gonna look into that Peach lady too, because she seems to be pretty interesting. Manifest said the great grandfather's stance was no children should be there to see the dad in cuffs. Very true. It's traumatizing. So you're talking about the Krishan Jr. Manifest. Is that who you're talking about? The great grandfather. So I'm thinking you're talking about him. I seen Blueface dad when they were at court whose court hearing was that? I think it was when Krishan got arrested and she was at court. That was the last thing I really watched. And the mama, Blueface mama, she's something else. Y'all seen her show? Maybe that's even something. Blueface mama got a show with Tokyo Tony, which is Black China Mama, and some other. We got Rick Ross' ex-wife, like some other ratchets. When I say that show is hood, just watching the trailer of the show, when I seen it being advertised, just was enough for me, to where I hadn't even brought myself to even go over and watch an episode. I can't even remember the name of it. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? It is Blueface mama, whatever her name is. What I can't think of that lady name right now. It's Tokyo Tony, is Rick Ross baby mama, and so it's basically older women or whatever. But Lord Jesus, ooh, it's a lot. Taylor made 333 $20. Thank you. I can do some things with $20. Thank you. I appreciate you. Second super chat of the night. Y'all showing some color in this chat, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Meso said, like, share, and subscribe. Please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you. And Manifest Reality says, yes, indeed. Blueface grandfather came there. Yes. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Meso said, Blueface mom is like Rose mom. I think Blueface mama is more hood. I don't know. I like Janarda better than Blueface mom. Blueface mom just, I don't know. She just do too much for me. I don't know. What y'all think? What's that lady name anyway? I normally know her name, but she just do a lot. I don't really care for her. Meso says they are probably friends. Manifest said this was Blueface mother father. Okay, so that's Blueface mom's dad. Okay, so that's who that is. While his mother may behave one way, the great grandfather is not at all the same, and we can't pass judgment. Okay. Carlissa, ooh, child, that damn Carlissa. Thank you, Meso. Carlissa, she a lot. Y'all remember at one point her and Tokyo Tony, they was friends, then they was fighting, and now they got a whole show together. So this all of them crazy. Peter says now the dad is screaming on camera while recording himself to post on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Maisel said they both moved by the man and his money. Manifest Reality said, I actually believe Blueface mother needs to pull back a bit and listen to her father more. Carlissa can pull all the way back because she be doing the absolute most. Bromlena said, like button for Chic Speaks, y'all. Chic, you encourage, you engage really well with us. Thank you. Listen, I be trying. I be trying. I like, as y'all see, I like to talk. And so that's why I'm on YouTube. I like to talk and y'all talk back at me. So that is what I do like over here. You guys are very engaging and it because that's how these damn live streams turn into 4 hours. Because I be talking and y'all be talking too. So that's how we be here. So, but we have a really good time and we're at our 4-hour mark. And I like my goal, y'all, is to get through all the comments. And sometimes it gets so crazy and I can't get to all the comments. But today was one of those good nights where I was able to get through the comments. And I am happy, but I know as you know, as we grow, I'm not going to always be able to get through the comments. So you all please work with me. The best I can do is to try to at least have your comments show on the screen. But my intent since I started this has been to just be engaging and read your comments to let you know I do see you and I do hear you. Even if you are a rosebud, we welcome you all. Just hit that like button when you come in there, child. If you're going to talk mess, can you at least hit the like button? It's free. Meso said, look at it both. Rose and Blueface both don't like their mom and they call the women of the streets. Jesus. Jesus, fix it. Peter says now she's friends with Tia. Two crazy folks friends. That's Tia. Tia is that's Rick Ross' baby mama, right? Lord, I don't know if y'all seen any of the show. Go check it out. I don't think I've ever seen anything more hood than that. Like that takes the cake, and they too old for that. Like these women are like older than me, my age and older, like 40 plus. Like, come on now, so embarrassing. Manifest says, yes, Blueface father is, of course, responding as normal for a parent, but also thinking about this, his next plan. Okay. Peter says, I happily stumbled across this channel today. Welcome, Peter. I hope you subscribed. You've been very engaging and quite hilarious. And Manifest gave me a thumbs up. I thank you. I thank you. Listen, it's free. I'm appreciative with a thumbs up. Super chats are nice. Cash apps are nice, but thumbs up, they help me circulate into the algorithm so I can reach more people. But listen, that's a wrap. Y'all gave me a lot of homework. We did these polls. I'm glad I was able to figure that out with the help of my amazing husband. And we were able to figure out how to make the polls work because it allows me to understand what y'all want from me, what y'all want. Who says that, Tyrese? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Y'all seen that meme? So I want to know what you guys wanted from me. And I got a lot today. So I'm going to be putting my head down and working and trying to do some research and figure out what I'm going to come back and bring to you all in between touching on the Queen of Kings YouTube channel. Yvonne, he's laughing at me. What do you want from me? So Stacy, Auntie Show. Yes, the Auntie Show. Y'all check that out. Oh my God. Manifest, teamwork makes the dream work. Listen, Manifest, that's what I be saying. I hope you subscribed over here because listen, child, help me help you. Teamwork make the dream work. I love that saying. I live by that. Peter said, Tia, Tamar, Tokyo, Rose, Jaguar is a dream team. Good night. Yes. Oh my God. So on that note, thank you. Please like, share, and subscribe. Make sure your notification bell are on so you know when I go live, because y'all know I'm gonna be back on here tomorrow doing something. Y'all know I got fitness videos. If you're up and early, you want to check out any of my live content. I do live workouts in the morning, and in the evenings are my long live streams. So I be on this YouTube at least twice a day. So your girl be working. I be working. I be trying to get rested in between so I can be refreshed for these 4-hour live streams, because it's like a whole job over here on YouTube. But I love this job more than any other, the other job, my daytime job. So I do enjoy being over here with you all. Manifest says, keep bringing the exercise. I try to catch them in between my gym time. Thank you, Manifest. I like doing those videos. Like, it helped me kind of stay on top of my fitness regimen. So by coming out and doing it live in front of you also, I am thankful that you do catch some of my content. Even if you're a part of the replay gang, that's fine. Drop a comment. Let me know, hey, I'm part of the replay gang. I see you. Also, let me know if there's any type of, special like fitness type videos that you'd like to see. Drop it in the comment. No one too much engaged in the comments on my workout videos. They just kind of come and watch. But on these Rose videos, child, people be having a lot to say. Y'all come in and drop them comments. Y'all be like, listen here, I'm sick of Rose. Yes, I'm tired of Rose ass. I'm tired of her. Maisel said, like I said, sidebar content in one video. Yes, Maisel, I think it works. Peter says, see you tomorrow night. Yes, see you guys tomorrow. Until the next broadcast. Peace.